What up, Paula? What's good, Paul? Chaos, hello, welcome in. What's up, Wolfie? Chaos, how are you? Now that you're an old timer. Doing good, good. What's up, Sai? Hey, what up, Kevin? What's up, YouTube homie? What's up, Hype? Welcome in, gamer. $30 now? Yeah, you're ancient like me. Welcome to the club. The discussion is while I'm in a Valorant match. You think it? Do you think it's only gonna last 5 minutes? I think you'll probably get to finish your match. Hi, Melissa. What's up? I see you soon. Hi. God, I can't type with my keyboard slanted and me leaning to the left. Question with VHS. Not the Video Horror Society. 2 days left. I'm going back to... Oh, yo! How long are you going to be gone for? Where my glasses at? Shit, you right. Wait, you actually right, though. I was instructed by your sister, my wonderful girlfriend, that maybe I should probably get my get another order of my contacts, considering we're gonna be face to face with a child who might want to grab my glass. She told me about your experience the other night. Like, yep, she's developing that that personality. Yo, what up, Lil? Excited for the new killer? I mean, I'm always excited for new content. Typically. Why did that not save? What? Is that not enough? Hello? Did I not save that? Changes saved. Okay. I don't know why it was so slow, bro. Gonna be an interesting killer. I need a break from the sadness. You need a break from the ads. He prefers faces all natural. Yeah, I understand. I get it. Jamie has a tendency to remove glass. Yeah. That's okay. Her and I will figure it out. I've been waiting for this all morning. What, the conversation? I don't know if it'll be like super entertaining or long, but for 2 weeks in May, I was with my mom for 3 weeks. Just like, oh, cool. Oh, I see. Now we're going for fun. Thinking about going to another Lady Gaga con. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like tickets for that are probably hella expensive. I miss when, like, granted, I've only been to a couple concerts in my life, but I miss when, like, tickets were only, like, less than $100, like 80 to 120. I mean, you're not up there with, like, the band, but... Huh? I don't know what this is. Is this legit? Huh. Sweet, I just got a notification from the Facebook, like, privacy lawsuit. I can't wait to get $20 or $17 from Facebook. Wonder how much it'll be. Show's so good. I suppose you've seen a lot of them. If it'll stay on topic and not sidetrack? Well, I hope so. I mean, if it's turning into something like just silly, then I'll just put an end to it. I'll just be done. Time I got to see her, I got 7th roast. Damn, that is up close. Damn. Am I gonna play Dying Light Beast? No, I don't think so. I'm not a big Borderlands guy. I've never played Borderlands. I really don't know much about Borderlands. Some people do this reviews. I mean, yeah, typically. Some people are very content brained with everything. Damn, that is close. That's a cool stage setup too. I don't know what to have on my main monitor considering like I'm not opening DBD right now. Yeah, this is my bestie. This is Shauna. This is her judging stare. I guess I can have this over here. You guys can't see this because it's on streamer mode. It's so weird that if you have Discord, like if you're on streamer mode in Discord, you physically can't see Discord. It's like blocked. I don't know when they did this, but it's also kind of annoying. Let me be up there. I'm in the debate. True. Streaming earlier? Oh. Does he stream on Twitch or is it just YouTube? I assume it's both, right? Oh, this shit is strong today. I put way too much, I put way too much, like, tea powder in here. Kind of gritty. And not like the Fortnite gritty. What up, Raven? Oh. Chad, I'm gone next Friday. I'll be leaving. I'll have to do like a short early Thursday stream because I'm gonna have to get up at like 2 in the morning on Friday. I'm so chalked, man. I'm so chalked. Love the music. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I need to schedule a haircut for next week too. Ugh. For a. Let me see, huh? Mm-mm-mm. Hello? There we go. Hello, hello. Yes. Actually, hear Discord for a change. Yes. Uh, hello, hello.
Introduce yourself to the stream. Feel free, so so everyone knows who you are, how to address you, stuff like that.
Me? I assume,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can call me whatever you want. Siptonic. I mean, you can refer to me as him. I don't know. I have like 12,000 hours in the game. I just play a lot of DBD. I create content. That's roughly about it.
Perfect. And we got K9 here
Let me know if I need to lower the
community as
volume
well.
of either of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's pretty
I'm
good.
the
Let me
original
know.
viewer that saw Siptonic's video about the PTB balance changes, and I thought that his opinion was a little, you know, troublesome, so I decided to send it over to VHS for review. I'm here to basically just say my points that I had originally with the video and maybe critique some of the replies that you gave to VHS.
Okay.
I have 2,500 hours in the game, so obviously nowhere near as much as you, but that's about 2 years and a half.
Mm-hmm.
I joined when the MFT meta was a thing. I had a Survivor main upbringing, and then I started maining Pig, and now I'm main Springtrap.
Word.
And that's it. I don't really make content. I'm just here to make sure that my
Yeah.
points are not twisted and come across, clearly.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm kind of hoping that this doesn't turn into like a River Siver Spook and Juke Saw debate, and
That's
like a
yeah.
it's like an actual discussion where we can find some common ground and maybe say like, okay, you think like this, but you should probably think like that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess off the rip, I assume nobody cares to like go nuclear or aggro, and
Right.
we're both streaming on Twitch from what it sounds like as well. So like the language and TOS stuff is all kind of universal. I know YouTube is more
Yeah.
lax, but um
Not by much, but yeah.
um so yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to like have a starting point or a starting statement, or if I don't know if there's a couple terms you want to define, whatever, however you want to go about it, and like how we talked before, it doesn't have to be like a quote unquote debate or something really out for blood. Because I assume we're all kind of like at that understanding.
Yeah. I guess I can start by saying like why I decided to give the video to VHS, and
Sure,
of
yeah.
course, yeah.
So for
So
I guess oh, no worries, take your time. So I guess for like some of my viewers, if you aren't aware or somebody's watching a video afterwards if I decide to upload this. This is all in regards to my like patch notes review for the PTB and my reaction, because I uploaded like that 30-minute video of me pretty excited for like some of the changes. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I will say beforehand, I did occasionally watch your content, like your YouTube Shorts and stuff. So I kind of
Okay.
knew who you were, and when I eventually saw the video, I was obviously curious on what your opinions were, and the video struck me as initially unfaithful and kind of oh
Is he
oh there
having
he goes.
trouble?
I, wait,
Do you know what he's having
is he
trouble with?
streaming? Yeah, he's having audio issues. Should I continue, or I think
I mean,
for the sake of him having for the sake of him having, content to upload, I think I shouldn't.
no, that's fine. You can wait. I mean, if he needs help with something specific.
Okay.
Like, can his stream hear the Discord, or like, do we know what's happening?
You good?
All right, we restarted Discord. Hopefully I can hear everything now.
Okay. Hello.
All right, hear you. What about you guys in chat? You guys can hear? Let me see.
Microphone test.
Yo, anybody in
God
chat?
damn
Bro,
it.
just like, okay, you hear it? Perfect. All right, we got it up and running. It's like the Millennium Falcon around here, man. Things just break down at random.
Oh,
But we're
Jesus.
here. We're making it work.
Anyways, back to what I was saying. Right. So original thoughts of your video were that it was kind of in bad faith and skewed towards one side. Obviously, in your response to VHS's response, I do understand that you went over the points and you thought that they were clear, but I'll get to that in a second. So the original video was you taking well, kind of making a scenario, not really making, because we can't deny that this stuff does happen, and I won't deny that. Getting tunneled at 5 for like malicious purposes, or getting slugged, for malicious purposes, not really a strategical reasoning for it. That's like how you described it, right?
Right.
I'm not gonna get. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, yeah. So I'm not gonna really like go into like super detail, because I mean, I'll just kind of like sort of reiterate my point and maybe add like a little bit of clarity, or nuance. Probably isn't really the right word, but yeah. In general, I thought a lot of these changes would be a good start to aid the aggressive tunneling that some people use as like a play style, regardless of how many gens are left. Like, they go into a match with the sole purpose of getting one person out as fast as possible, sometimes, picking the weak link that they believe to be the newer player, or sometimes and I would say, in terms of like meta, I would probably say, since Skull Merchant has been dramatically changed, like, this was really common with Skull Merchant, the overt slugging, to bleed people out, to BM, to WS, to hump. I think these changes were a good start to alleviate that specific pain point, which I believe is one of the more annoying pain points, aside from like gameplay specifics, to new casual players in solo queue. I feel like Swift, it's like whatever. Once you have a number of hours under your belt, you can kind of figure out how to play around it. It's not really that big of an issue. But for like new and casual players specifically, these sort of things, and I've seen people like firsthand testament of like their friends or themselves saying like, yeah, I don't play DBD anymore, or my friend decided to get the game and try it out, and they played a couple games and they got focused each game. Now, did I ask for clarity if they got focused at 5 gens? No. But it has, like, these sort of actions in terms of a play style have definitely turned people away from DBD. And I think that's a pretty big negative that could be easily solved. Hence why I was
Yeah,
excited.
I do believe I will not refuse or say that it's not a problem. It can happen, right?
Yeah,
I,
definitely does.
I'm however,
Having
in
changes
this
happen.
point, I'm going to say something purely anecdotal, because your like situation is anecdotal at nature. So I will say that from my experience, killers that I've spoken to, like my entire time, I've only really met one other person who does tunneling at 5 gens, maliciously because they hate the survivors or because they slug them because they hate them. I've only met one
Or
other
just
person,
because
and
it's a
it's
play
purely
style too,
anecdotal.
right?
Yeah,
Like it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have to be out of malice, but like the
yeah,
result
of
is the
course.
same if the action is the same,
Yeah,
essentially.
but
Yeah.
basically, I think the reason for that I've kind of come to realize myself is most people that I talk to are actually good at killer, right? And despite them being good, people like Druss and Bubba, and other people I've spoken to, they still have their gripes with the game, right? But I will
Sure.
not deny that this thing that you're describing is most likely those killers who either A, don't really realize that they don't have to do it at the start of the game every
Sure.
time,
Yeah.
or they're like low MMR, right? So they kind of don't really know what's happening. And,
I
it,
agree
it
with that
happens,
point
but
too. That was
yeah,
my perspective on it, honestly.
most people that I've spoken to that are great killer mains that still have gripes with the game, um, they don't really do that because they start the game and they see like maybe how you described it, where they go through their profiles and they see like 100-hour meg or something in a team of 2,000-hour comp aces, right?
Yes, mom, it is.
You said that the person might be incentivized to find that person immediately, take them out of the game. I
Yeah,
think that
sometimes.
most killer mains that I've met will admit that if they do that, they're most likely going to lose the game because it's kind of like you ever heard someone talking about like, oh, um I brought save the best for last, and the first person I see is the damn obsession, something like that. It's kind of like that. Like the first person that you see, not always is the best chase to take, depending if they're main building at Shack or they're not a short distance away from it. But most of the time, the killer is gonna take that first chase, despite really who it is, because it's important to disrupt people off generators as quickly as possible. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm incentivized to think that this doesn't really happen with killers who know what they're doing that much,
O-
at least. But
Okay.
again, it is purely anecdotal, so I don't really want to put this point as a whole, like a gotcha point, because your point is also anecdotal from your experiences.
Right. I guess so. Just to talk to the specific point that you made, you think if they like if a killer was smart enough and like looked at the profiles and saw like a brand new person of the game, that if they tried to tunnel them out, they'd probably lose?
It depends on the situation.
Well,
I don't think that the killer, hold on. I don't think that the killer in between the game, like let's say that they saw the first person and it wasn't that Meg and they chased that person and they hooked that person. I don't think at this point right now that I'm speaking about, the killer would be like, okay, now I'm gonna go after another 2,000-hour comp base. I don't think like that. No, obviously the killer is gonna be like, well, I have some kind of pressure now. I think I can start maybe leaning into potentially finding that player who's not as experienced and getting them out of the game. But is that maliciously tunneling at 5 gens? I don't think it is.
Mm.
I mean, if I guess it just really depends on like we're gonna probably. I mean, I think we could probably come to some sort of agreement on what tunneling is, but like to my point, I guess like because you brought up that specific reference. I mean, yeah, like as killer, you know that it is most valuable to take like the first chase that's probably given to you in terms of pressure, right? And it's like right there. Like you're not gonna go around the whole map trying to find like this one person that you think is uh worse than the rest
Exactly. Like it would
necessarily,
be
right?
dumb. It
Yeah,
would be dumb
sure.
to see the
But
ace on a gen and be like, no, no, I need to find Meg.
no,
Like,
correct. And I think everyone would agree. But like if your goal in I would say like early enough in the game, like, you find that person, you're like, okay, like there's no gens really popping. They're not very good. This is like the person who's casual, who hardly has any hours. Now that I found her and hooked her, I'm gonna stay around the hook. I'm gonna pressure her. I'm gonna get her out of the game, regardless of like gen speeds, and then make this a 3v1. Like that would probably be a more realistic like venue to like or avenue from what you were saying, right? Like find the first person, take the first chase, and like there's still a great chance that okay, you find the baby that you focus them. I mean, right?
I will
Like,
say,
Yeah, of course, because when
yeah,
it
I
comes
sure.
would
to
agree.
So
However, I will say,
yeah, go
uh,
ahead.
that if the gens are not flying at all, I would agree that it's not necessary to like eliminate a full survivor if you see the team is just not performing well, and that can apply to a good majority of killers. Now, it's really kind of case by case in that sense. It's really just the particular person
yeah,
that
of course.
decides to do that. But I wouldn't. But touching back onto the changes, I don't think that for the few we should punish the whole. Is really where I was trying to come from with my standpoint.
Yeah, and I was gonna get back to that.
Okay. So I guess that brings up a point that I had written down because you harped on me in the second video you made quite a bit about not having data for some of the things I was saying. Where is your evidence or proof that if these changes went through, not necessarily as is, because if you recall in my video, I didn't want the changes as is, as behavior had them. I wanted these as a nice start to alleviate the pain points I referenced earlier. Where is your evidence that these changes would negatively impact all killers across the board in all games?
Well, that we don't have any data either way, whether it would benefit or not.
Right. So
Obviously,
it's just
so
pure
that would just
speculation. So you're
that's
just
all pure
speculating.
speculation.
So you're claiming a
Right.
fact, but it's
But
just
if we're
speculation.
talking, because we're specifically talking about the changes as they were entering the game as they were, with,
And so
with the exploits included.
okay. Well, I mean, we can touch on the exploits, but I reiterated even in my reaction video to your video that I didn't want the changes as is. So why are we discussing that?
We'll get to that.
Well,
Actually,
yeah, I mean,
I
I hope so. That's kind of the whole crux of like this
in your
conversation.
yeah, in your original video, right,
Hmm.
which is what I have my gripes with, not really your response, because I admit in your response you took a lot of responsibility in saying, hey, maybe this wasn't that great and whatever. But in the original video, your main problem was a line. Let me see if I can get the PTB pulled up. PT point 2.0. Sorry, I have so much stuff pulled up that I didn't really have
Oh,
these
you're
changes
fine.
pulled up.
Fine.
Patch notes. Okay. So, oh god, this is not ordered like it is in the DBD page. God damn you, Reddit, but whatever. Okay. The tunneling reduction update. Where is? Okay. So there it is. Okay, great. So you said, and we can go back and watch the video. Obviously, you highlighted with your mouse when a survivor that was previously
Fuck you,
hooked
Paula.
is killed or sacrificed with the hook action directly resulting in them dying, the killer loses the ability to block, damage, or regress generators by any means. So you highlighted this, and you were quoted saying, "This could use some changes. I don't think, or maybe get deleted. I don't think that it should go through as is because
Yeah.
what if the last person that you find, like, what if you need to get someone out of the game and the only person that you find is the one that was previously hooked, right?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think a lot of
But
people pointed that out as like a potential issue where it's like you're just playing the game naturally and this is going to happen because that's just how killing works, that you shouldn't be punished for just, playing a natural flow of state game.
yeah, that's great. But now I'm gonna get into why I kind of still set this video for review because to me it seems like there is a mountain of terrible things in this update, and then you just uh, it could have been maliciously, could have not. I don't know this obviously, but you just picked like a little bit off the top and said, "Hey, this is my gripe with the update." But then you immediately went to highlight the 6 hooks and said, "This is great. I want this. I want to make sure that a killer cannot just join a game with the intention of getting someone right out of the get-go, and then it's a 3v1 with 3
Hmm.
generators remaining, and then they have access to all their slowdown."
Right.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
However, these 2 points, they cannot be one without the other without it being abusable, and that is the worst situation for a killer, because let me explain. You said you don't want them to have access to their slowdown. However, the part that you highlighted and said you don't want in the game or want it changed is the part that prevents the situation that you're talking about. The 6 hook states only speeds up generators if the person dies before the 6 hooks, right? So this update,
technically yes, but we also have to take into consideration with 3 people left in the game, they're not going to be able to spend as much time on generator per survivor as if there were 4. So like that
exactly, so it's
25%
bad.
boost isn't going to be, well, I think, okay, so I don't think you understand what I'm saying. And like a lot of people have also said this. Sometimes even if you give the survivors a generator boost, they're still in a 3v1, and that's not necessarily going to be a direct 25% boost because there's going to be one less person participating. There's going to be like that many less people on gens. So it's not like generators are still going to go by at the same speed because like 25% boost and like they lost one person, right? So we can agree that statistically it's still not going to be, they're not going to be given like a 25% extra chance of escaping just because there's a 25% boost on gens, right?
I agree with
Right.
agree with you on this point.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is not what I'm trying to
No,
say.
correct. I just wanted
What I'm
to
trying to
set that in stone first, that we
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that changed.
So
I agree with that
Right.
too. I agree with that too.
with the survivors getting the 25% boost and not having this other part of the update, you know, the killer can still think like the way you don't want them to think, which is tunnel out the baby Meg, and now I have access to all my slowdown. Because without the second part of the update
Correct.
that you said that could just not be there, now this is still a problem, you know? So you kind of need them to work somewhat in tangent in order for it to not be abusable so that the scenario that you described doesn't happen. So that was a mistake that I kind of saw like, bro, you kind of need both because the one that you're describing should stay is not going to prevent that issue. And you just said it wouldn't.
Okay. So access to like, so I'll provide a little bit of clarity. I don't think a survivor should have full access to the full effect of all their slowdown if they kill somebody that early. I'm not saying all of them should just be turned off. I mean, I've always been a fan, and this is like a side point, but like to go into like perspective of how I feel. To me, a better way to balance like some of this stuff, and like it kind of relies on behavior to like categorize perks, so there's like a pain point there. But like for both sides, killer and survivor, if you stack 3 or 4 slowdown, the effectiveness of each one should be mitigated. It should be reduced. Same thing with like heal speed perks and like generator speed. Like if you got a toolbox and like hyper focus and stakeout, maybe the effectiveness of each one could be reduced by 20%. So I guess that's kind of like what I mean when I don't think they should have access to them. I don't think you should turn them off. I just don't think they should work 100%. But I will admit it might be hard to figure out what that number is, but that's also why we have like this testing. See, so like we're all kind of like talking about like, okay, well if they do one, you kind of need the other, otherwise the other is moot, and I agree. I guess this is kind of like goes to my point is I've been playing the game for like 9 years. When I see a PTB, I know, especially in the past few years, they make changes to things. They have been decent about like listening to the community and making some adjustments based on community feedback and sentiment. So if they're just throwing all this stuff on the PTB, I think it's a great thing for us to get our hands on and play with. And then maybe they kind of be like, okay, well, yeah, like obviously these things are really bad. We're just going to get rid of them. We'll tweak these, give you guys the update, and we'll come back to you in 2 to 4 weeks. As opposed to people literally threatening to quit the game and stop playing killer if these things even, make it to the PTB. I think that's a little bit jumping the gun because we're having a discussion right here about like how these things could be implemented or like, like how they could be changed to be made better. Why couldn't they have gone through? Like, why can't we, and that was kind of my issue is like, I think people look at the fine print and only focus on the fine print as opposed to like what this could mean after it's fleshed out.
So just so I understand, so you're saying that people need to see the possibilities more than what's
Correct.
given on the page.
Instead of being reactionary crybabies on both sides. Because I've encountered this from the survivor perspective too, when the great killer buff patch of 6.1 came, and survivors were buffed across the board baseline, and survivors were more or less nerf aside from a couple like survivor like perks and like the like baseline BT. Killers got a pretty significant bump that they behavior wanted to do to hopefully buff killer rates. And there were a lot of survivor players saying that they were going to quit the game, blah, 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 blah. And I thought they were silly back then. I think the same thing is true this time around with people playing killer or being more killer focused and saying that they want to quit the game. And if they go through, they're not going to play anymore. It's like, why can't your feedback be, hey, we should change this way, this way, this way? And like, yeah, let us play with it for a while. Maybe it won't really change anything for these people. But we're freaking out early because that's just what this community does.
At least from my
Yeah, I'm
perspective,
gonna
I
get
think
to
it
that.
was just like if we're touching on possibility, I think what really caused a lot of uproar was definitely what was they were able to accomplish with these changes being active. We seen the exploits really like just sort of just immediately be found even before the PTB ended. So a lot of people were sort of spreading that information to be like, look what's possible with these changes. This is not good. And they need to go back in and kind of tweak a lot of those things so that they can't do those things.
Sure, and a tweak would make sense, and that's why you test it. But as we both know, they put both of them on the back burner or destroyed them. Like, we don't know if they're ever going to come through with them again because of like primarily the outcry from I would say mostly
and
one
let's
side of the aisle.
I disagree
can
to
I
an
can I
extent though, because there
can I
was the announcement of like a leak of a potential like unlimited unbreakable around Chaos Shuffle, and then they did bring it back now, so it is possible that
okay.
maybe in a few months.
I'm gonna get to that why people might have been freaking out because once again I saw this as a mountain and you took a little like piece out of it and I'll explain why I'm
I took a
defending
little
these 2
piece out of it.
points. It seems like that in your original video. After VHS like criticized it, then you went on to say things that he couldn't possibly have known at the time, and I'll touch those later. But basically, the reason why is the Killer Main defending that these 2 things should, well, even if I even am a Killer Main, some people don't consider me that because blah 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 50-50 whatever. But why am I defending that these 2 points need to go in tangent? One, because it
This
doesn't
won't
make
be
sense
6
for one to go
hours.
through without
I
the other.
promise.
Now, why would I want to say that? Well, because that is the whole point of this update. This
Yeah.
update is huge. It's massive. It is a complete change to how people are used to playing the game, and that
Correct.
freaks people
Yes.
out, right?
Yeah, of
Correctly
course.
so, right?
Yeah. But
You
yeah,
are
for sure.
you are doing a lot of things here
Correct.
that are gonna affect everyone across the board, not just
Yeah.
people who like tunnel maliciously, but also
Correct.
those who don't.
To some
And
extent, yeah. I mean, yeah, they're shaping. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. But that's also what people on both sides want. We don't want the game currently as is. We want it to be wildly different and like more fun to play, right? Like we want to shake up. We aren't like
I agree with you.
people
And
cry if we just get slight number adjustments. They don't want that. They want something big. Well, in order to get something big, you need to shake it up in a big way, and it is going to ruffle feathers. But if you don't have like the end goal in mind, then what's the point? What are we doing?
yeah, but I feel like all the critique that this update got and all those videos coming out and people speculating about how it was going to be, and a lot of people said, see, it is as bad as we thought it was, which I would say that a lot of people had merit in saying that. This is massive, and it kind of ticked me the wrong way that your only problem was this little line here really in the original video. In the response you said that admitted that there were more problems, but
Yeah,
that's
of
why I
course.
brought it up originally to VHS, because I was like, does this dude genuinely believe that 6 unique hooks is something that commonly happens in high MMR with 75% of the roster? Because we can tell you that it's not really common to get 6 hooks at a high level and the gems not be slammed off to like 1 generator remaining. That's not
Okay,
common.
okay. So I'll touch on a couple points here. Do you want the game to be balanced around high MMR? Just simple yes or no.
It's not DBD's not as simple as that. It's a very
But
nuanced game.
but this is a common thing people bring up. They always point to the top in terms of like numbers and what should or shouldn't be done or why something shouldn't go through. If you are constantly pointing to the top MMR or to the top echelon of killers, do you want the game to be balanced primarily around the bulk of the community, which is more casual, or a smaller group of the community, which is more hyper competitive?
I don't think it's even like I don't think I'm speaking about like
Oh,
when I'm saying
can
high
you-
MMR, I'm not speaking about someone like Nightlight. All right, I'm talking people who know what loops are, know how to run them efficiently against the killer that they're playing, that know that touching generators from the get go of the game will almost guarantee that
Okay,
they'll be in a
because
good position.
so this is going to be one of our big like pain points and disconnects, I think, right off the rip, because you referenced specifically like 6 hooks and like top MMR. So by that, I'm led to believe that you think that top MMR Swifts versus like a top MMR killer, the killer struggles to get like 6 hooks or more. Even though
At least 75% of the roster.
what's
Like,
funny actually is I can I remember this comp player's name? I think I was literally it might have been Nightlight or it might have been Momo 7th. I was literally watching them recently and somebody came into their chat and asked them what a good number of hooks for playing Doctor in competitive gameplay is, and he said 6. Doctor is not anywhere close to the top MMR. Now, granted, that is one hyper specific pain point, but it's just interesting that you said 6, and even comp players at a high level think that like some of the lower tier of the roster can still obtain 6 hooks. So
But is that within normal pubs or is it within the comp setting?
but you're talking about MMR. I would say high MMR isn't normal pubs. So does like high MMR comp setting, does it really like the person asked them like playing Doctor? I don't recall if they asked them in like a high MMR or in a comp setting. I'm sure it was a comp question. But I guess that's kind of just like that's just part of my like point that like your guys' opinion as well as my opinion isn't going to line up with like other people even in our own category, right? So
course.
I like obviously I can't take everything you say at face value and you can't take everything that I say at face value. But if we're gonna have a conversation and you're gonna reference top
High
MMR,
MMR versus the comp setting, they have restrictions versus just public servers that don't have any restrictions. Anyone can
When
bring
I'm saying
anything. So
mainly
that's why
top
it kind of matters
MMR,
to what we're referring to.
when I'm saying top MMR, I'm mainly actually saying people who know what they're doing. I'm not talking people on the skill ceiling of Nightlighters, some stuff like that, right?
okay, so
It's just
you
not that
okay,
common
sure,
for
sure.
it's just not that common for something like a Pig, a Ghostfist, a Myers to get 6 hooks before 3 gens are slammed. It's not
In like a
common.
pub match?
Yeah.
I would disagree because I mean okay.
I mean, okay, let's say you disagree. The video or the VOD where you were just criticizing VHS, like reviewing his video, right? And
Mm-hmm.
saying the things, correcting your a couple things.
Yeah.
You proceeded to solo queue up, and then you went against a Myers, and he got 3 hooks even with pay and res, and then you foreman outed him. Even though this Myers hit you at Shack and killed you at the next tile that you ran to, and it's like, does that not seem bleak to you?
What do you mean does that not seem bleak? Bleak is like
It's
doom.
like you expect the Myers to have had 6 hooks despite him having access to slowdown and fast chases.
I don't expect any single person to necessarily perform well. I don't know what his build is. I don't know if he's got like infinite tombstone. I don't know how brand new he is to the game. I don't really expect the majority of killers that I go up against to have my number of hours. But I mean, for the most part, I would say
Of course not, and you didn't take the game seriously. Obviously, like you say you do, you don't take it seriously. You go
right,
for altruistic saves and
right.
whatever, and that's not really the point. I'm not criticizing your
So
skill
so
here
I don't
or
really know
the
what
skill
your
of survivors.
question is.
The
So
like you say that it's not as uncommon as I say it is,
I know Vertrox, don't worry.
yet
I got it. I
for
got it all up here.
75% of the roster, it truly is, and even your own VODs prove that.
But there's also games where killers that aren't at the top, like I guess like you could call them BCT deer killers.
Fearless,
There's
yeah.
also many games where me and randoms or me and groups die at 4 or 5 gens and the killer has like 8+ hooks.
Yeah. And that's
Okay.
something that's why DBD is nuanced, and we'll get to that.
Oh,
Let's talk about
so
the
it can.
kill
Oh,
rate.
no. Hold on. Okay, so it can be
Go ahead.
nuance. Okay, so what I don't understand is,
Go ahead.
so you're saying it's nuance. So are you saying like we potentially played bad and it's like a skill issue, and we should have played better? Because if you say that,
No,
I'm going to say the
I'm
Michael could have played better.
Skill issue
that's
had
not it.
nothing to do with
I'm
the
saying
point.
I'm saying the Michael had access to a slowdown. He used it. He had quick chases, you know, and he still felt like it was hopeless. I mean, you could see it in the Myers once the Sable mispositioned herself and just hit a dead hard just for fun on him. He just sat there and looked up at the sky. Do you think that person particularly feels like he had a chance?
Do we actually want to talk about the other side's feelings? Is this a route we want to go down right now?
Brother, what I'm trying to say is, are the 6 hooks, like, are you going to die on the hill and say the 6 hooks are common?
No, because if you actually watch my 6 hooks common, I don't know.
Before the killer has to say, hey, you know, I'm getting pushed into a tight situation here. Somebody needs to get out of the game.
I
It's not often that
have
common.
I have no idea. Do you have the numbers for it to prove that it's not that common?
I
No.
mean,
So like
I'm a killer main, and I can talk to other killer
and I'm a
mains.
survivor main, and I see my survivor games. I think
Uh,
in an average pub game, getting 6 hooks is not that hard if both sides know what they're doing and they're about of equal skill. I think most killers can manage 6 hooks. Now, if you want to say against really, really smart coordinated Swifts, half the killer roster probably struggles to get 6, I would agree with you. But that's not most pub matches.
I don't think it has to be a quote unquote coordinated, really good Swift. I think it just has to be people who know how to counter the killer's power, what loops to run efficiently against them, and stick on the generators at any given time. Because there's a lot of matches where people just don't stick on generators.
Yeah,
That is
This is
very
a thing
true.
that happens, yeah, and I will admit, yeah, that's a problem in solo queue, sure. 100%.
That was
have a
kind of
problem with
the portion or the main point behind my video again. And like obviously like as you
Yeah,
say
I
in my
mean,
initial reaction to like the PTB, like yeah, I provided some clarity and nuance later on. And honestly,
Yep.
you know, I even clarified like it's a separate hook thing, but like maybe if somebody dies at 4 hooks or less, some of these things should start taking effect. I think 6 hooks might be a bit much. Like 4, 5, or 3 makes much more sense. Probably around 4. But obviously that's separate from like
Yeah.
a killer getting 6 hooks. But I mean, I don't think we can cherry pick one of my games and use that as any sort of evidentiary support for any of your claims. Because
I mean, it kind of
doesn't hold
just
water.
boils down to like, what did you want? What do you potentially think the Myers could have done better in order to have stopped what happened?
Did he have force slowdown? Did you see that at all? Do you remember his perks?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we didn't see the end game thing because I think you skipped over it
Okay.
because somebody was still in the game.
Okay.
But he did have Bam and Pain, and he got 3 unique hooks for his Pain that did absolutely fuck all because he's a Myers, and this is another thing that I would like to like kind of get into the mindset. That this is kind of what I wanted to speak to you because like you're a big Survivor main. Um, in my endgame messages, I see a lot of survivors, usually salty, saying, "Yo, why did you have to tunnel slug? You're like a P100 Springtrap or a P100 Pig or something like that.
Sure.
Like, what a shameful playstyle for a P100." And I think to myself, do these like survivors think that there is some macro knowledge, like a miracle drug in a way, right? That when a killer stops tunneling and slugging on their C tier, D tier killer, that they're somehow going to manage to learn this miracle macro knowledge that allows them to pressure an entire team as someone like Myers.
I can't speak
Myers is a
for the
yeah,
mental
like
of other people. I have no clue what survivors want. in terms of being
Yeah,
salty. People get upset at the game. I don't. I can't speak for them.
because I think, can we agree that a killer like Myers doesn't have a lot of macro? Like he's a one-on-one killer. That
Yeah, sure.
somebody,
It all
somebody
depends on like
Yeah,
your
like
build, I guess, and your play style. Like if you're doing, I mean, obviously like scratch mirror isn't really a thing, or like won't be, I guess. But like, I mean, there's some macro in that. It really depends on like how you want to play him in your build. I don't think Michaels is a killer where. I don't think Myers is a killer where you can like take each unique chase and like run your standard meta slowdown suite and do well. I think you have to be more snowball end game centric if you wanna do well with him.
so that's
Personally,
sort of our point is the fact that other killers can thrive outside of just that last end game section of the match and can comparatively to Myers, and with changes like these they will completely just butcher everybody's like within that sort of bracket of no map traversal, no teleports, nothing, which only hurts those people who play them, hurts those people who would potentially want to buy those characters, which is the main focus.
yes. Okay, so if you make no changes, like because I mean they really didn't. So the game as is, that issue still exists, right? That those
saying that
kill.
there shouldn't be any changes. We're saying that
No,
these changes, I,
I understand that, and
We don't
I'm
disagree that the changes could show up and be good, but we're saying with the current like with the iteration they were offering us without tweaks is an issue.
and I agree with you. So what, like, and I've made that clear. I wanted changes to the proposed changes. So I don't know why. So like, what of my proposed changes or lack thereof did you have such a disagreement with? Because I even said in my
feel,
reaction video a handful
yeah,
of
in
the
your
things that I
reaction,
wanted changed. So I don't
I
know.
kind of, it kind of felt, yes, and that was great. You said like you want 6 reduced to 4, I believe it was.
4 I think is a good start to test. Remove baseline tenacity.
Yeah, we don't
Maybe
disagree on
maybe the killer perk shouldn't turn off completely. Maybe there should be like a lessened version of them active. Like those are just a few good starting things that I would fix a lot of the pain points that killer people have.
Yeah, that was the same
Yeah,
point I
it's
was
just,
making.
yeah, but and I don't have a problem with that. It's absolutely great, and we agree on those terms. It's just,
Cool.
you when you responded to VHS, you kind of
No,
sounded like,
I told him that
well,
his friend
VHS
could come
doesn't really
along because he's
understand
the one who
my
showed him the video.
points,
It's fine.
and
Who
it's
cares?
like, in the video, I think you need to admit that in the original video, you just didn't address all of the possibilities of how this could harm everyone, not just fix this one minute situation that you were talking
Yes,
about.
because it was an initial reaction to what behavior was doing. And I am reading and essentially reacting. Do I like this or not? Do I think this is good or not? I am not in a reaction video going to analyze how this is going to impact everyone across the board, every killer, every MMR. I will also gain nuance and perspective from other people, like I have, like Scott Jund and other people with some of these changes. So I think it is unfair of you to expect me to take into consideration as many things as you apparently wanted me to on an initial reaction of proposed changes. You agree? That
I
maybe
guess
you're
it
holding
is,
me to a little bit of a higher standard?
yeah, I guess that is holding you to a bit of a higher standard,
A little
admittedly,
bit?
because, yeah, because like, my way of thinking, so that you understand where I was coming through this when I sent VHS the video, is like, if you're going to talk about a balance change in a PvP video game, something that affects, both sides, right? You would try to be a little bit more critical than one line of text in this wall of, in really impactful changes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess I did hold you to a higher
And
standard
and I
anyway.
don't play killers, so I don't think about all the different ways that killers could be harmed or the ways in which like something might be like sometimes I need to hear it from somebody else, whether they play killer or not, before it just clicks in my head because my primary issue is people getting introduced to the game or they just sit down and play the game casually a couple games a week and they only get to play for 2 minutes because they got tunneled out of the game super quick. I think that's probably, if we can solve issues like that, like people having a really like visceral reaction to like some of their first experiences with DBD, I think it's better to fix that stuff if we can, and then try and be like, okay, now does this put the killer at a disadvantage? Does this harm the killer in any way? Is this exploitable? How can we fix that exploit, right? I liked the reason why, because I know why they were implementing these changes, at least from my perspective. And then I know in the background, eventually things will probably get balanced out and people will find exploits and issues. And then maybe we can put stops to some of that. But I don't know what all those exploits are going to be. I don't even think, I mean, we would have to, sometimes we have to get onto the PTB and play. We just don't know.
Like I said, it just, to me, now we know that, you know, you go back on some of these, that, yeah, they're a little ridiculous. Just to me, watching the original video alone, it just seems like no personal like thing against you here, but it just seems as tone deaf as the devs were by including an elusive status effect and saying, "Oh, this won't be abusable at all." Like people in the PTB figured out that they could just stay inside of the other survivor, and then the killer gets auto aimed onto the elusive person.
You know what's
And
interesting
I don't
though?
blame you for it now, because
Right.
I know that what your takes are now, and they're a whole heck of a lot better than they were in the original video. And that's what I'm trying to say. The original video kind of made it seem bad.
I mean, I guess I could see how somebody could think that. I think we all, but like this is like part of my issue too, and I'm not trying to lump like you guys or like killer primarily biased players in, because it does exist on both sides. I think right now, maybe in the DBD sphere, killers have a louder voice on like social media. Like their voice rings a little bit louder. Maybe they're more reactionary. That's just my perspective. Okay. It feels like, you know, because with these changes, I literally saw many people that I know have thousands of hours in DBD. Some of them are content creators on Twitter, literally saying, if these go live, I'm done playing the game. And you know, you kind of took my initial like reaction to the patch, and you kind of assumed all these things on towards me, or you know, like what have you. I think like this just seems to be a common problem in the community. I see it a lot, primarily more from killer players. I don't know if survivors are as like reactionary to changes online as killer players tend to be. It might just be like that's just kind of like how the roles are, because like survivors I think in general are more casual than killer players. Obviously I don't have any like statistics, but like you would assume a game where people can play with their friends, they're probably going to be more casual than one person playing by themselves. I think that's just the pitfall that a lot of like people fall into, is like they see somebody's like reaction and they assume like that is their personality, that's what they think, they like things as is. When even in the video, I like, because you recall, like there was at least one or two things on my initial reaction that I said could be a problem. So clearly I am open to changes, and I don't think this should be a final iteration. I think one could logically assume that. I don't think that's a stretch.
Yeah. It's just you know, another thing that gives people a ton of panic about this, just so that you understand kind of our perspective on it, is a video like the one what the reason why I brought it to VHS, right? A video like that to me essentially looks like saying, "Go ahead, green light behavior. This is great. This is awesome."
Well, I mean,
right?
yeah, I mean, but it's a PTB. Like, if they have a set of if they have a set of changes that they plan to roll out, and this is the first time we're seeing them, like, why would we tell them not to just put it on the PTB for us to play with? Like, that's the point of a PTB. That's the whole point. Is it's not like affecting regular matches. It's for the people that want to test stuff and find exploits. Greenlight this as in put it on the PTB so we can play with it. Don't make this as is permanent live and like this is awesome, like change the game forever. Like, yes, greenlight, test, go. Like, why? Why hold off? Because like there's potential stuff you could exploit. Yeah, we do it on the PTB before it goes live. That's the point of a public test build. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess unless you thought I meant like green light, these changes should just go into the game like as is. No, obviously not. Like I
Well,
always
yeah, with the lack of criticism in the original video, that's kind of what it seemed like. And the thing is, this is like a change this big getting pushed into the PTB, and a lot of people saying, "Yo, this is abusable. This is abusable. This is tone." Ugh, sorry for the voice
No,
crack.
you're good.
This is tone deaf. 6 hooks, blah blah blah. Such
Yeah.
criticism right out of the bat. A
Yeah.
lot of which was confirmed to be
Sure.
a problem.
Yeah.
It just kind of seems like such a terrible idea that it maybe shouldn't have been given it the spotlight the way it was pushed, because this is like huge. Again, I can't
No, I know. It
I can't
changes the game
emphasize
forever.
that enough.
I agree with you. Yeah, the thing is like the devs kind of just listen to people. They don't. We already know they don't really play their own game enough. Like we could say like a lot of the updates or some killer power designs on release were like, what are you thinking? Or like perk designs. Like a lot of people will point to like old MFT as like one of the most powerful survivor perks ever created. Like yeah, it's like what are you thinking? Like free haste for just being injured. That's kind of silly. Like yeah, I mean they don't like there are things like. I don't know if their goal is to kind of just like shake the game up or if they're trying to like release everything as like, oh, this is good and balanced. We don't know. Who knows? Like I think it's logical to think that they probably purposely overtuned some things on release to sell a product and to like sell killers and to sell DLCs. That's probably a realistic assumption we could make, right? Like things might be slightly overtuned. Or maybe they don't work out all the kinks right away because they want to like we've seen that.
I would agree with that.
We've seen that for years, and they finally now have at least said like, hey, we're gonna do things maybe a little bit differently and like slow down some of our content and focus on game health. And I think maybe like this was like their first attempt at like focusing, and like they were probably working on this stuff before. Don't get me wrong, but like I think this was their first attempt at like trying to focus on game health on a macro scale that was going to shake the game up. And obviously with some of that stuff, I just like with Behavior's track record, I don't think some of that stuff is going to hit home as, packaged. And I think that's just what happened here.
And that's why we want you to kind of understand our perspective, and maybe people who were freaking out crazily, maybe not understand those people that are like radical, like, oh, DBD's dead, stuff like that, right? But like understand at least why like people were panicking about this so much, because you're essentially playing with fire. Like, and
I mean, yes and no, it is a game at the end of the day. Like it
for the game's health, in a sense, you're playing with fire as a company, right?
Kind of. I think Behavior is almost immune. Like DBD is almost immune to being like broken to the point where people don't play. Like like I don't know if either of you had made the comment or VHS had made the comment. Like if these changes went through as is, like no killers would play. I know some people were making that comment, or like the killer, like what have you. I don't remember if VHS made this comment. I feel like some comment akin to that was made. I don't know specifically what it was.
It might be a hyperbole, but
yeah,
it's
so
hard to disagree.
Right.
It's hard to disagree that a lot of people would probably be like, well, I main Myers, I main Pig, I'm out of here.
Do you, VHS, because you referenced Scott Jund a couple times, do you kind of value his overall opinion or think like he kind of knows what he's doing with like the gameplay? Because I mean, he's I would say maybe like more neutral or survivor centric in terms of game balance recently, but like you referenced him, do you value his opinion? Like in a general sense, just in a general sense.
Well, what does that have to do with the balance changes?
Because
whether I value
right. So
not is irrelevant to the point.
We can talk about like this specific thing like down the road or at some point. But I mean, obviously, like I think there is a major issue from like the survivor role, because killer queue times are really shit, right? If killer queue times were pretty quick, chances are there's a lot of survivors playing the game. And that's one thing that a lot of people, Scott Junn and a few other content creators that primarily play Killer or like playing a decent bit of their games on Killer, have been complaining about. The queue times are terrible. Part of that is obviously inflated due to 2v8. But even
Also,
after like
yeah,
2v8 is gone, like they noticed that, oh, the queue times really haven't changed. And that's one thing that I know Scott was excited for with these changes, is that at least killer queue times would probably be a lot faster, because maybe survivors made a little bit more enjoyable, or maybe more people are testing things out. So it's I can understand sort of like the doom and gloom from like a certain hyper specific perspective, but like there's also, I think, more level-headed individuals who have been doing this for a longer time than even me, who know that, like, okay, this is going to be good for me because like I don't really do these things on Killer and I don't need them to win, and I prefer like faster queue times. So I think some people are of the opposite perspective of you, that these changes might not impact every game across the board. It might just impact people that play a certain way. And those are people from like your own camp, like Killer focused individuals.
Well, I disagree to an extent, mainly because my point was in a literal sense that people, whether they are trying to tunnel or not, are going to have to deal with these very specific number of how many hooks you need, and the other side can obviously do whatever they want with those changes, as overtuned as they were on the paper, of course.
I mean, is it a difficult thing to make sure that like the person you're killing, you have like more than 4 hooks to kill before you kill? Is that like a hard thing to do?
What with
That,
your
that's
proposed changes that like decreases the
with
numbers and actually balances this stuff
yeah.
out?
If we're
And
going off of what you proposed,
Scott
then
Jund
we say
even
it's a better
was,
chance.
as you say, Scott Jund, or mentioning him, right? Even he was very critical of these balance changes and admitted to a lot more points that needed to be changed in his original video. I'm
Right,
not
yeah.
gonna hold that
Yeah.
against you anymore because you are obviously accepting them now. But like, yeah, if you can reduce the numbers, make this not as impactful, especially for those killers that aren't S tier, A tier,
Yeah.
then it shouldn't be that difficult. But it's just this PTB and in general, like how this released is tone deaf as hell. Like, and I feel like another thing touching on that, like Survivor gameplay, I feel like a lot of the reason why survivors also don't play is just because the gameplay has been the same for like decades. That's an
I wanted
exaggeration,
to touch on
obviously,
that
but
too, because there was a point being made about Scott Jund and the queue times, and I was gonna mention that the queue times are pretty much the same as they've been. 2v8 usually makes it extensive because it's split between the two servers or two modes or whatever you mean. But at least for me playing today and just from what I've seen, seems the same to me. So I
Oh,
mean,
because some people were saying
yeah,
after it left that it was like just as slow. That was the
yeah,
sentiment
so
that I
it's
saw
probably
on
just
Twitter.
anecdotal, but at least for me, it's about the same.
I feel like we could solve a lot of like I'm not a game dev, right? My my like goal here is not to, as someone who plays on PC and has access to the PTB, my like responsibility in this case would be to try out the PTB changes and say what I need to say about what I think about what should be changed, right? That's all our responsibilities as people who have access to the PTB. We're not game devs, right? But I want to throw this out there. Wouldn't it be more fun if a balance change such as this was for the survivor and the killer side? Wouldn't it be more fun if it was something along the likes of an event kind of thing? Like instead of, how killers complain, like generators should be 120 instead of 90. Maybe instead of that, maybe we can reduce the number of generators, like maybe make it 4, and then make requirements that the survivors have to do in order to start working on generators, right? Like a secondary actual objective, not like what behavior did back then with the hag, where they were like, here's some totems, go tickle some totems, that won't help you escape.
So would you say it's like more akin to like Friday the 13th, where you like find parts and like from here and you go there?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And
That's
obviously, it's
pretty
up to
good.
the game devs to make sure that this proposed change of mine
I was
isn't
saying the
abusable
same
and
thing.
stuff. But
I agree with that. I was gonna make that point. I think I made that in a previous video. I said they should take like the gas cans like from that blood gen event, make that like maybe have like a shelf somewhere where you have to take it off the shelf, go somewhere, fill it up, then you can put it on the gen so it's a
yeah,
little more interactive.
make sure
But
that it's
then
not like
it's
one
you
shelf
know
so that
also,
the killer can
yeah.
camp it and stuff like that.
Yeah, couple different areas with shelves, pull off the little canisters, couple different
Would you
gas
say
tanks.
would you
What was
say, Siptonic, that that would help essentially like Survivor be more than just press a button every 10 seconds on a generator and wait for your time to get chased?
Uh,
Would
I,
that help the queue times?
I have no idea. I mean, initially probably because it's different and it's changing the game in a dramatic way. Um, but I don't know if that would make the game more enjoyable for Survivor overall. I don't know. I mean, I
but
would
would it
just
be
be
more
purely
enjoyable
guessing.
for
I
you
don't.
personally? Like, could you at least give us that?
Uh,
I mean, from your
my
11,000 hours of experience, like, would you say that
Yeah,
would at
like
least like get you back into the game in a way where you're not just, oh, great, you're hopping onto the same train again, right?
I don't know that it's extremely relevant to like
No, this
this
isn't relevant
discussion
to like
necessarily.
in a way it is because I'm basically proposing that changes like this that are like solving a problem but not really should be more akin to maybe making it in a way that doesn't look like something to cope about so much, right?
to
So
try to
instead of
add on
telling
to what is being
wait, I'm
said.
not done. Hold on. In a way, instead of telling survivors, okay, your generators now take 120 seconds, and survivors are going to be like, great, now I have to spend more time hitting some boring ass skill checks on a generator. It's more kind of hidden in a way to like get you to do something and more gameplay mechanics.
In other words, like more dynamic, where it feels a little more interactive. Because I know that a lot of the
If
gameplay loop is very just watch bar fill. So like if you can maybe get like find stuff, look for things,
are
maybe try
we
to put parts into stuff,
in
like that could be a lot more interactive.
this redesigning of Survivor objective, is there a protection to keep somebody from dying within the first 2 minutes?
Well, that would be the intention because if there's more just overall passive slowdown of looking for things, making it more fun for Survivor in general. Now on
Mainly
top
trying
of
to
that, the
combat
killers
the
don't
point
really have
here.
to, yeah, but of course, but in a perfect scenario,
It's not about
ideally
having
they
to,
wouldn't
it's
be able
about whether
to.
or not they can.
I'm mainly trying to combat the last point that you said, where like survivors, don't really find the game enjoyable anymore. The queue times are terrible. Like
I
I'm
don't
trying to
think it's
propose
due to
something
the
for that.
objective. I think it's due to the overall play style that is we've seen in terms of a meta shift of DBD. I don't think it has anything to do with the objective.
I I don't know.
We
I
can
think
disagree on
yeah,
that. That's fine,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I
Like balance
I mean
changes aside here for a second, I think we have to disagree on that because when
that's
I play
fine, but when
Survivor,
you
I find it pretty boring.
if you look at the numbers, right? Because I know VHS wanted to point to the numbers. We all know and can agree that they had their highest record player base count, at least on Steam, during like what Springtrap and Kaneki and whatnot, right? Like the game has reached record numbers after being out for over 8 years, on 9 years.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that there's still a lot of people that have played the game since release, people that have been playing the game past 5 years, and new people. Like I think people are fine with the generators being the objective. Do some people want a change? Yes, I think that change primarily like I think for most people that need for change is probably met with stuff like Chaos Shuffle, 2v8, and some of this stuff. But I think if you see a lot of people not wanting to play Survivor and being upset on Survivor, and when they say it's due, like I never hear somebody saying, I'm quitting DBD, I'm having a miserable time because I only do gens. It's always the way that killers are playing and they're not getting a chance to play typically. Or, like if they do randomly get slugged out for like 3 or 4 minutes on the ground, relatively infrequently, sometimes it only takes, like 1 or 2 instances of that happening to turn somebody off and make them go play another game. And again, that was kind of my part of the reason for my excitedness is if we alleviate even 50% of that from happening because it just like physically can't. And then we buff, you know, Survivor, or we buff like Killer accordingly, like over time. I think that's going to be more effective to keeping people happy and playing the game than like giving them a different objective. Because if you're not protecting somebody from, you know, only getting to play for 2 minutes of the game, or maybe really only 30 seconds, like, oh, hey, I got into chase, my chase lasted 30 seconds, and now the killer's proxying my hook, and I never get, like, I'm in a dead zone, I'm getting chased every single time, and I'm injured. Like, I think that's more important. I don't care about the objective. I don't think a lot of Survivor players that are frustrated with DBD do. I think if you were to take a survey and somehow, you know, reach every Survivor player that has felt exhausted and bored of the game, it's probably not due to doing generators.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that these changes should just disappear and like my proposed like objective changes should be the only thing. That is a result of Killer saying like generators should take 120 seconds. I just want, if something like that happens where behavior is, hey, for all these low tier generators now take 120 seconds. I feel like that's lazy. I feel like that it can be potentially like turn to make people not cope about it as much if it was disguised in a way where it actually gets you to interact with the game. Now, your thing where people getting tunneled, slug, and whatever maliciously, or like hard tunnel or whatever, that that needs its own fix, right? But you know, let's not affect everyone else because of it.
There's
So
nothing to show that it would affect everyone.
so
So okay, I'll just go straight into it because I've kind of been holding my tongue on a couple things. So let's go to like the more boring example. Let's go to the slugging change, because
yeah.
one of the things VHS reiterated is that if they went through with the anti-slugging things, it would be exploitable by people like across the board or like in Swifts, right? However, VHS also made the claim that somebody like slugging for an extended period of time or like trying to bleed you out is very, very rare. Okay, so when I hear those two things in tandem, I think to myself, okay, so killers don't very commonly like, you know, bleed people out for that long. So they typically pick up right away. It takes 90 seconds according to their changes. I would prefer something closer to 2 minutes, but either way. So how does a Swift exploit, say, a 90 to 120 second auto pickup?
Well, I
Like,
can
how do
answer
they
that.
do it consistently?
Well, as we know, the bar would fill up pretty much throughout the entire match. So whether they're slugging for 5 seconds, it just stays static 5 seconds of the bar
Sure.
filling. So regardless of how long they're left on the ground, it keeps filling and filling
Yeah.
and filling.
Yeah.
You down them again, they just can get right back up because the bar is not reset. So that in combination with the increased movement speed means that slugging is pretty much on what it intended
You're talking about the
purpose of
tenacity,
slugging. Yes,
which I don't
its
want.
intended purpose. That's fine, but I'm saying in combination with both of these things, the
Okay.
intended purpose of slugging gets thrown out the window because they don't need to be picked up. They can just crawl around, increasing overall speed. And then say you down them again for whatever reason, they can just keep picking themselves up over and over. They don't have to be picked up by anyone else.
So, but okay, but that kind of goes to my point. Why would it? How is the survivor, if the killer isn't purposely trying to slug them to bleed them out? How is the survivor being left on the ground for that long? You
If they
haven't.
are against a team that is trying to destroy hooks, whether it be breakdown, break out, where they wiggle free, whatever have you,
Okay.
toolboxes, there's many different
So
options
then
that can prevent them from being able to be hooked in the first
that
place.
means they're not rapid firing gens as like a unit. Right? So then your generator should go slower, correct?
But then doesn't that also affect the killer's experience in the game as well? The same way that being tunneled out in the first like 5 gens negatively affects the survivors?
Well, no, because the killer is still in the match and they're still playing the game.
But they still both receive a negative emotion from the game, right? Like they're not having fun
I
on either side.
Well, one person isn't playing the game after 2 minutes and the other person is, and the other person can still do things to try and win the game and outplay the other side. The other person is dead. So no, those things are not at all equal. Very different. One person isn't getting to play the game. The other person is. Now, could both people not be having fun?
They can still
Sure.
crawl towards. They can still crawl towards pallets, go to safe
So
areas.
why are
and
you
things
not
like
picking
that.
them up? Is why you're not. That's what you're not answering my question. Why is that person not being picked up? Because Sabo?
If there's no hook available,
So you're
then what are they supposed to do?
wait, in the current meta of DBD, I have seen many people Sabo the closest hook and then killers walk the survivor to another
I'm
hook.
talking about with the changes in there. That's what I'm trying to get at. What is the answer to that situation? If they can't hook
You
anybody
go to a different
and they
hook.
leave them on the ground, like I just said, if they can hook them, right? So wiggle progress does not reset.
Okay, what
So
if
if
what if
are
they
dropped
can?
on the ground and they're picked back up,
Alright.
they're going to wiggle free.
Do you agree that there are
Therefore-
sometimes 2 or 3 hooks that spawn close enough together to where if somebody sabos one, you can make it to the other?
There's maps that, once again, this is DBD, so they can have maps that do have 3 hooks close by, but there
Yeah.
are also maps that don't.
Correct.
And if somebody decides to say use breakdown on Eyrie of Crows on like with boil over at the top of the main building, they're forced to not use that hook. What are they going to do? Either they leave them there, or they're going to have to take the boil over extra wiggle time, for example, and then they just break free anyway. So what are you supposed to do in a situation with those changes active?
Yeah, that's a very hyper specific question, and I could probably post 10 different ones from like a killer point of view saying what is the survivor supposed to do? I mean, yeah, ideally
That also applies with the same whole like tunneling out at 5 thing as well. They're both the same 1% chance of occurring.
No, hold on. Where's your data? Where's your data?
There you go. It's a non-point.
What do you mean it's
We
a
don't have any
non-point?
data to prove whether people are getting tunneled out at 5 gens or not. So it's a non-point. We have no proof either way. It's purely anecdotal.
Okay, so if none of our experiences can be used because we don't have them like down and recorded, so then none of what you're saying I should trust and none of what I'm saying you should trust in terms of personal experience.
That's what I'm trying. That's essentially being said if we're going to go down that route.
Okay, so then I can't say for certain. Do you have evidence of all these games of you playing like mid-tier killers where generators are flying? Do you have that evidence for me? Can you give me a number of how often that's happening?
All my streams.
That's not good enough. I'm not going to watch your stream. Do you have the data readily available? Have you compiled it?
It's all there.
So then I can't trust a word you're saying. Because I could just say the data's on my stream. Go watch my VODs and watch people get tunneled out at 5 or 4 gens and be the only one the killer focuses.
I suggested in the video I was making.
You know what's actually funny? You know what's funny? I can give you data. You want the data that I can actually just give you? I will I don't mean to call this person out. Go watch every one of Momo7's kill streaks. Go watch him. Every game is the same. Every game is a tunnel out at 5 gens. It happened to me a few days ago. I used to play against him when he was up and coming on TikTok doing his near 2,000 Blade streak. That's how he plays. There is proof that there... No.
Every killer, though.
Did I say it was? Did I say it was? So, like, if there is somebody out there creating thousands of games where that is the playstyle and that's what happens, you can't say that it's rare. Because that is one person doing it thousands of times. That is clearly a playstyle you have to admit that people adopt. And people do. The fact
one player
like,
and a comp player. This is not
with
that doesn't
thousands of games
data set.
In pub matches.
Only one player being able to do it at a competitive level. That means that not every single player can do that.
Correct. But that is still
therefore a more rare situation.
But if that one person is doing thousands of games, that is not rare. How is that rare if one person is doing it thousands of times?
It's still a very specific data set.
Those thousands.
Of course, it's a specific data set.
I have my own take on like the slugging.
Yeah, go ahead.
That I want to say about.
Oh, okay. So we're just gonna. Okay, that's fine. Fly past my point. That's fine. I mean, I brought forth actual like evidence, but that's okay.
Okay, but But Momo plays like the top killers most of the time, and the ones that he
Yeah,
doesn't, he
most
only
of the
gets
time.
like a couple hundred. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right.
Actually,
Like,
it's not
meaning
really
that
most of
Blight
the
is
time. I kind of
Blight
hate.
compared to the
I
rest of the
I watch
roster.
his content and I kind of hate how little he plays some of the other killers.
Okay, yeah,
He's
sure.
almost all the time on Blight, so we're talking to you from experience of like not the top tiers,
The
but
point
on
being
the
that it's one person that can do that, but not everyone can do that.
and
Not
we
everyone
agree,
has
and
that
we agree.
experience.
By the way, can we agree that but him playing Blight, getting like almost 2,000 wins in a row,
Yeah.
should kind of not happen in a player versus
Of
player
course.
game.
Yeah,
Of
I think
course.
killers should be
I
nerfed
completely agree with
to an
that.
extent, so that's not possible. Yeah.
Yeah, so that shouldn't be a thing. So at least we can agree on
Correct.
that. But,
Yeah, I agree. But
um,
the funny thing is, when VHS kept talking about balance and lower tier killers, VHS made the specific point not to make top tier killers weaker. You wanted specifically the lower tier killers brought up. What sort of protection is there to keep killers from, like, because a lot of people want to make the argument that the survivor is the power role. What's the highest Swift win streak where you get 4 people out compared to killer? I think we all know that at the top end, especially when it comes to pubs, that killer is far more powerful. If
wait, repeat
if
that,
you're able,
Douglas?
if you choose the top tier killers.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
they smoke the majority of people they play against. Clearly, we can
Indeed.
see that.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that you just know my take, can you repeat the so you're saying that you don't want the tenacity, right,
Correct.
on the unbreakable.
Correct. Which would lead into my
Sure.
previous.
That should avoid a lot of. This is my take again. Not all killer mains think the same, and I think this is what I think is great. I don't think it's a hive mind as much as people would like to assume. It's a lot less than a 4-to-1 hive mind. But basically my own take on this is if they don't have the tenacity, right? If they kind of go down on the pallet, then shit, and there's people harassing it, it is what it is. But if they don't have that tenacity and they have to choose, do I either recover or get to the pallet, then great. That leaves actual fucking opportunities for the killer to be like, okay, I can pick up before he gets to the pallet and people start
Is it
contesting.
actually
Great.
174?
So that's my take on it.
I agree with that point.
If you don't want to have the tenacity along with the unbreakable, beautiful. We can
I
agree on
think
that.
you should have one or the other, but not both. That's where I stand. You can have tenacity by itself. That's your change. You can recover whatever have you while you're doing that. Cool. But you can also have like recovering and also like the incredible movement speed, and then they can also just pick themselves up as well. Like it's got to be one or the other.
Sure, and I'm fine with that. So would you agree that if it was, say, between 90 and 120 seconds and you didn't have baseline tenacity, that you probably, would you say that it's not going to be
that would probably
exploitable across the
solve
board?
that.
Yeah,
That would
no, it's not
probably
gonna
Okay.
solve the
be.
plugging problem,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Okay.
it's not.
That
And
probably would because
this is
90 is
gonna.
quite a bit.
I think we kind of have to, like, as killer remains, we kind of have an obligation to be like, oh, what about singularity? What about the twins? But you're just gonna have to like rework them in some way, because the reality is it's not fun to go against the twins, and I will admit that it's not fun. It's not fun to go
I
against
don't
the
even think it's fun to play
sluggularity.
them, in my opinion, but that's another story.
I don't think it's fun to go against the
Okay.
sluggularity either. I guess the only situation that can really be a problem, but that happens very rarely from my experience on killer, but when it does happen, it kind of feels good to take advantage of it as a killer. But what happens really rarely is that the killer might be getting pushed to like one or two gens left, and the entire team is kind of surrounding, contesting the chase that's happening for some reason. I don't know what brings it to happen. Maybe because you're chasing near the gens. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. I just know that I've been in situations where I down someone and I see the entire team. Maybe 2 of them are injured and I can down them quickly, and I do so. And then I see the other third person, and it kind of makes sense to me. Okay, if I want to contest this before these survivors can, do a comeback, I should chase this guy. And obviously, in the current DBD, this can be mitigated by an unbreakable play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. But if this the only situation really that I can see that this update, even with your proposed nerf, could be affecting is situations like that where the killer sees the opportunity to end the game because the survivors are for some reason around this this chase, and they take that. But again, like I said, this is very rare,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's kind of like, you know, you're gonna lose something really when you're trying to fix certain problems of the game. It's kind of unavoidable, and I will accept that. But I will say, as a killer, those situations where you see the team is doing something stupid and you punish them for it, it feels amazing. And if it sucks that we would have to like lose some of that ability, but I would love it if the killer doesn't lose all the ability to punish the survivors for doing something dumb.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So then,
This is kind of turned into like
well,
let's just try to find middle ground.
this is kind of where, like, I was in my like reaction to the reaction. I was confused because it just felt like nothing. Like I was taken so hyper specifically in terms of like, oh, I want this as is, like no changes whatsoever. I have my critiques with the second video that VHS made, like a lot. But this has kind of been like my whole point. Like this is a good start, and with certain changes, you can make it so that it's not super exploitable by like the mass majority of people, or maybe there's not an exploit at all. And like you said, yes, there might be like there might be some give and take where it's just like, okay, well, we just have to, you know, get used to the fact that if I leave this guy on the ground for 2 minutes, he can pick himself up. That's something that, you know, like eventually in the shape of DBD, I'm gonna have to keep in the back of my mind because that is now the game. But if
Yeah,
that
I mean the
means
same
that,
thing that happened with anti-camp, you know?
right, yeah,
Like,
and realistically, I think could we agree that the anti-camp thing really only affects face camping? Like proxy camping is so easy. I mean, you literally leave the hook radius for like 20 seconds, and then you can pressure people, especially if you have choke points,
sure.
while
Yeah,
basically
it's not
camping,
up to
right?
us. It's not up to us to say how we would rework it because our reworks were not devs. We probably have a million other exploits. But I kind of feel for the developers in this one in the sense like, what do you really do besides what they already done? Because like if they make it more, you know, less forgiving for the killer, then the killer is chasing someone over here or thinking that there's survivors over here roaming this area, and then the person unhooks because they buff the radius or something.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel for the developers in this one, you know?
Okay.
I
I
agree
mean,
with
yeah,
that.
yeah, so do I. Okay, so there's just one last thing that I want to say about slugging. Maybe we can kind of put that to rest a little bit. So I was looking through the second video you had made, and specifically at your video description. Do you know what a straw man is? Like a straw man fallacy?
So what does that have to do with the
Do you know what
actual
a
content
do you
of
know
the
what a
show?
straw man fallacy is?
I know what a strawman fallacy is.
Can you summarize what a straw man fallacy is for me? Because you use that language specifically.
You took points that I actively did not say, distorted them, and then responded to that point.
Okay, so you believe I did that. Do you believe you did that
Yeah.
to me?
Here's
No, I'm asking
a thing I would like
VHS.
to
I'm sorry.
add.
I wanna
Okay,
address
No,
VHS
because
here.
Go ahead.
my intention behind the video itself was to use points that were being made as a
Okay.
springboard to talk about other parts. It
Okay.
wasn't always directed to you. It was more directed
So
to everyone
yeah,
listening.
that's fine. So you didn't strawman me at all.
No.
Okay. So if I prove to you that you did, what? Okay. So in your description of your video, you
Well, if
referenced
I did, then
strawmanning
I
me.
didn't know.
Oh, you
Fine.
did. You did
Yeah.
multiple times actually. You
So let's see.
actually did pretty egregiously. I mean, and I have some timestamps in this notepad that I could give you. So for some reason in your second video, you kept saying, and you even responded to one viewer, that I made the claim that I get slugged out and bled to death all the time. Reiterated that 3 or 4 times, when clearly that's not what I said. Is there a reason you wildly strawmanned my initial statement?
That wasn't a straw man.
You didn't You didn't
I
take
heard
my opinion and
I
my
listened to
argument
the
and
point, I
then
listened to
change
it,
it?
and then I responded.
So you didn't strawman me.
No.
Do we need to pull up the video?
It's called interpretation. If I misinterpreted the point, then
Oh.
but I did
Okay.
not deliberately alter the point. If I misunderstood the point,
It doesn't
then
matter
that
whether you did it
is one thing or
intentionally or
not.
not. You can unintentionally strawman somebody. It doesn't matter. I mean, I find it hard to believe that it's not intentional when you reiterated the same point that wasn't my point multiple times. Because I just had you define strawman, and your very definition is exactly what you did to me.
Okay.
Can we agree, however, like if you, because this is kind of between you two and your responses to each other, that you both kind of fail to hit the mark in some regards with each other.
That I would agree with.
Like the way that I can say a thing specifically about you, Sip, is how you said when I'm making this hyper fixated, reasoning where, I'm getting tunneled and slugged maliciously. I think that implies that I'm saying that I know what tunneling and slugging is, and it's like, to a first time viewer, I'm sorry, but it really doesn't. Like, to a first time viewer, opting out of saying something doesn't show to them that they should imply that you know the other side of the coin. And that's kind of like what got me initially to, post this video for review in the first place. Like I said, again, it was not really acknowledging the other side, and then you said fairly that yeah, you didn't, but it wasn't really your business doing it because you didn't really know how the PTB would work out, and that's great. But what I'm
Mhm.
trying to kind of see, I'm seeing a little bit of fighting going on here, and I'm just trying to say that you both kind of in places either interpreted each other wrong or expected something out of the other that isn't really feasible
I
in
100% agree with that.
I disagree. I don't think I really interpreted anything incorrectly. I feel like most of
well, it's all
my speaking was on the defensive of my points were taken out of context, strawmanned, and I think a lot of assumptions were made based on like my excitedness for the PTB. I mean,
well,
I like literally I said I have literal timestamps of his second video where he strawmanned my initial claim multiple times, but he refuses to admit that they're strawmans because he will just claim that they were interpreted incorrectly. I mean,
Which means I agree with what K9 had just said. We both
okay,
misinterpreted the point. That's
so
you
because you
strawmanned me,
didn't
I strawmanned you. Okay, congratulations. We both misunderstood. Explain the point
I don't
better, and then I can be like, oh, okay, I misunderstood. That's
exp-
it. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
I think I did explain my point very clearly, actually. And that's where your misinterpretation. Like, what's funny is you watched the beginning of my video probably 4 or 5 times between the initial reaction and the reaction to the reaction. And I was talking specifically solo queue and how it's a pain point, and one of the biggest issues is solo queue. And I also brought up the slugging to bleed people out. So there was a couple different, like a different, not really a straw man, but a different label that you wanted to attach to me is that I was calling killers turds if they tunneled and slugged, when that's not what I said. I said when a killer specifically slugs to bleed you out just to be a turd. But you reiterated in your video multiple times that I was calling a broad swath of players that use these strategies turds. Essentially another straw man. So why is it now that I have evidence of 2 different situations in your reaction video of you taking my points, which you had heard multiple times? I'm gonna go to the point and feel like you just disregarded them, and you purposely contorted my opinion and argument to paint me in a bad light.
In the same way that
purposely.
you did as well.
Do you have an
If we're
example?
gonna go down
Do
that
we have an
route.
example?
I was talking
Um,
about the meta changes, right? I was talking about meta, the changes overall. You paused it, didn't acknowledge anything I said, and decided to say, "Oh, so you just want a 4K on Swifts." Swift or 4K was not mentioned in any of that point of the clip.
That was a partial
So-
assummation towards people that have that opinion, as well as a question.
But isn't that directly a straw man? Because you didn't
How is that a
acknowledge my
straw man?
point, you distorted it, and then you sat there and responded to your own version of what you thought the point was.
How is that I'm assuming or wondering what it is you want in the end because you weren't specific enough. Like a lot of people that share the same sort of opinion that you do, when it feels like people just paint things with we need to nerf survivor, we need stronger gen speeds. A lot of the consensus is people just want easier 4Ks. Now, unless you give me a specific reason of like, this is why I want it, this is like what I feel like will happen, then I could like critique that point. But I don't feel in that moment you gave me enough context to like actually like
I
critique
spoke
you.
about it multiple
But
times
like,
over the course of the video, but I'm assuming you just didn't listen to that part or hear it or something like that.
I watched your video twice.
So
I did listen to you and I did hear what you had to say.
So where does the whole easier 4Ks against Swifts come from if I'd never mentioned either of those things?
Because it is from my
Because
experience
I never
that
directly said any of those things. So
I
how
know
does
you
that
didn't. That's
directly
why
apply to me?
that's why when I paused that and said that if you go back and watch that was like a question. So you just want easier 4Ks? That was a question. I'm trying to figure out why you want something because I didn't get it from your video. So
Yes, but
my
I never
assumption
said I wanted those things. I was saying that
did I say you did? It was as
you
I
literally just sat there and said,
it
I
was
want to
a
know why you want those
question.
things.
It was a question.
Come on, bro.
Do you want to go back and watch it? I mean, I think the tone of my voice is pretty obvious. I'm like, so you want easier 4Ks? That is a question.
But that was never stated in any part of the video. I never said I wanted easier 4Ks against Swifts. That was never in the video. What?
Because if it was in the video, I wouldn't have asked it as a question. I asked it as a question because I'm curious what you wanted from it.
So why didn't you just say what do you want from the changes? But instead it went directly to a famous killer bias take. So that already is bad faith.
It is a killer bias take. I'm not
But
going to
that's not the
deny
take
that.
I had.
I never said it
Kinda paint
was.
someone in a that kind of paints someone like disingenuously.
Okay, so you want me to admit to being a straw man intentionally or creating that, like you want that to be a straw man that I made, that I asked a killer, like, well, survivor bias, however you want to word it. I asked a survivor bias question, estimating like, hey, maybe this guy just wants easier games. You want me to own that? I'll own that. Are you gonna own all the straw mans that you made about me?
Like I said earlier,
it's
I
best
already
that you
agreed with
guys
the point
do.
that K9 mentioned.
I think it's best
So
that
don't-
you guys do because
If
you
I
guys kind of
unintentionally
both
strong
painted
man,
each other
that's
badly.
So
that's
it's
fine,
so it's
you
on
know
it.
what I mean?
All of
That's
it's all of
fine,
it's
but
unintentional.
At the end of the day,
All of it's
at the end of
unintentional.
the
The
day, if I
multiple.
made that
I mean-
mistake, I'll take responsibility for that. That's fine.
I mean, do
can-
we
I
have
can
a
respect
gripe?
that.
I think the way that this can be solved is like, do we have a gripe against you? No. Like,
Exactly.
Well, I
we
mean,
Nothing personal.
okay.
What the heck are we talking about? Like,
I mean, it might not be personal to me, but it feels like you're doing it for content. It feels, and like this was like my assumption, and I can stand 10 toes down. I don't really care. It feels like you're a rage baiter. Because the easiest thing to do is to make like a certain type of thumbnail, include the likeness of said person, and then create arguments that they didn't actually make so that you can make statements that easily beat that argument when it wasn't theirs initially. You did it multiple times in your video, and I have proof. And if you go back and watch it, everyone would see it. It's
I
weird
feel
that
like
you
guys
did
just
it
misrepresented each other.
it's weird that you did something unintentionally multiple times a number of different ways. Maybe that's just your content. Maybe you don't care to understand the actual person and their points or gain clarity. Maybe you just want to take something that is like potentially reactionary and like, ooh, I can kind of twist this and be like, oh my god, this person is crazy, and then get views off of it. That to me is what rage baiting is, and like disingenuous content creation. And like, I'm sorry, I've been around DBD content creation for almost 10 years. It's just another one. That's what it feels like to me. Now, again, I'm not going to say 10 tones down that this is what you're doing.
That's your opinion. You're entitled to your own
Yeah.
opinion. I don't think many people agree. I mean, people who
I mean,
watch the content,
they can watch the
most people
video.
disagree. they have watched the video, they would disagree. So
Well, I mean, obviously, like our community is
well,
probably going to side
perfectly
heavily with
anecdotal, sure.
ourselves.
Like, guys, this remember that this type of like the natural like this content is you guys are not here speaking or weren't speaking to each other face to face, right? So things that you thought Siptonic that you implied and VHS didn't get, you can't really blame him for, and the same either way around. You guys are reacting on
I
top of
agree with that.
reacting on top of
We don't
reacting and
know each
acting each other
other personally. We don't know how each other speaks or communicates. We don't know anything
exactly.
from
You're
anything. You know what I mean?
you're
So
insinuating stuff from each other, speculating stuff from each other, and I feel like getting into here with a kind of like, oh, you're after me kind of thing is the wrong way to take this really. Because
I
like
agree with that.
now you guys are here together and we've established that we can agree on a lot of things. And
Well,
obviously that should tell you
so
that we're not against you.
well,
Yeah, I'm not
okay.
against you at
Okay.
all.
Oh,
Like
oh, okay. Okay.
nothing
So you're
against
not
you.
against me, that's fine. But in the description of your newest video, you say he goes as far as to misinterpret my arguments, create straw man fallacies, and dismiss everything as killer bias, all while resorting to personal insults and irrelevant notepad points instead of engaging with the actual discussion. Is that statement not partially against me? Or is that just like calling out matter of
What
fact
does that
things?
have to so what does that have to do with you personally? I don't know you.
I never said it had anything to do
I'm
with me personally.
but that's what but
But
exactly.
you
So
never
what's
said
the
you
problem
never
then,
said
right?
you were like against me in the way that like,
E
I
exactly.
oh, so like
So
my personal life choices you're fine with.
so I have no issues with you as a person. I was just responding to the content and and I
Gamer,
gave my response.
obviously you have no issues with me as a person. But it's interesting that you initially contacted me and you said you don't want this to be a debate, you want it to be a discussion. But in your description for your newest video, you use very debate heavy language. And I mean, come on, strawman fallacy? I mean, that is a buzzword. You made a comment in your video about buzzwords, yet you chose to use a handful of them that lean heavy towards debate in your
We're just going back
description.
to what we already touched on.
What's that?
Get to the point.
Well, you also brought up a lot of, well, you brought up one specific point that I had some hypocrisy, or there was some hypocrisy within me, but I mean, it's clear you have a lot within yourself.
I never denied that. But I actively take the time out to understand and learn about the other side of the game. I've even engaged with the other side of the game, which was my point.
I mean, yeah, so do I have too. I don't,
So then that's the end of the point. Like
I don't, I
I
don't
didn't
think
deny I had a bias toward killer. Like everybody's biased to some degree.
that's not really quite what I was getting at. What I'm trying to say is it appears that like you're packaging in your video and your description a certain like persona of me and of like what was about to transpire, but like when we were talking in DMs, it was very different. And I just see a lot of twisting of my arguments, my points to better fit like your narrative.
So what is my narrative? Because
Well,
maybe I don't know what my narrative is clearly. So let me hear what you think my narrative is.
that I don't understand the impact of these changes, that I am wildly silly for thinking that tunneling, or, well, in your specific case, you focused on that because I don't have data of me getting slugged out from full health to death consistently, which I never made that topic, that I don't really have a leg to stand on.
That was my interpretation. So back to the same point as before.
Your
Agree to
interpretation.
disagree. Doesn't really matter.
Okay. So we've misinterpreted me wrong a few times, we're admitting then. A couple times
So
at least.
therefore, that is not really. My
I mean,
God,
yeah, and initially
that's
like you
literally
said
what
that
I've been saying since the
in your
start. Like we just
in your
misunderstood each
reaction
other's
in
points.
your reaction
Mm-hmm.
to VHS's reaction to your original video, you called him or insinuated. You did say the word, but I'm going to say that it was an insinuation because that's
Okay.
really what all of this is because you guys are reacting to each other, not in each other's faces talking. So you said, is this person ignorant? Because
Mm-hmm.
you thought that he should have known that somehow you not talking about slugging and tunneling in a strategic sense means that you know about it. There's no way for VHS to have known about this unless he knows you personally, how you conduct yourself in arguments, like
Great
in real
point.
life and stuff.
Great point. But it's kind of combated by the fact that I literally in the same, I don't think it's the same breath necessarily, but within the next couple minutes, I think I literally talk about how I'm not talking about tunneling and slugging that's used for pressure later into the game. So the fact that I
there,
okay, so that's what I mean. When I say I am concerned about A, not about B because B is different than A. And then this person continues to make a reactionary video only talking about B and how I don't understand why B happens. That is ignorance. That is purposeful ignorance. I am led to believe
prove that is purposeful ignorance. I don't know you or your content, so how would I be able to know?
Because I said it in the video. Because you literally listened to it.
And like I've said before, I've used those points to springboard about a different topic entirely. I literally said already it wasn't all directed to you, it was directed to listeners of the content so they understand the context.
But without providing clarity that it's not my opinion.
Anybody who watched the damn video themselves would also know that.
What if... Oh, so people can just like watch your video and understand based on like who you are. But like if okay, so it works for you but not for me.
If the original video was linked in the description, if they want to watch the unedited video,
you pretty much played it all though. You like played the entire video from start to finish. You had the context.
No, I didn't.
I would say you probably played 90% of it.
Your problem is that in VHS's reaction to your reaction, he didn't like admit to the points that you conceived on and instead proceeded to keep battering you. Is that what you're saying?
He focused the majority. So the thumbnail is of me and that I am wrong. But if he is using that video as a springboard to talk about a topic that I am not talking about, while he's constantly reacting to my video, as well as unintentionally strawmanning me, he has created a video that is wildly out of context. And what that leads people to perceive of me is not an accurate representation of me. Hence why I think it's a disingenuous sort of piece of content. Do you see how like this could be an issue? And this is why I always caution people if they try and make drama content or reactionary content, is like you have to be very hyper specific in terms of like what your goal is and the person that you are using as a reference for then your conversation.
All right.
Like if he wants to say that he springboarded like and like that was the whole purpose of his video, well, okay, so then why was my head in the thumbnail? Why am I wrong? What am I wrong about? Why not attack my critiques and my points? If the whole purpose is Sip's wrong, why is the majority of your video then talking about something that has nothing to do with me?
Which just proves my point that we both misinterpreted what the other was talking about.
I didn't misinterpret you.
Yes, you did.
You still haven't provided any evidence to that fact. I'm confused.
Then that's not really a me issue at that point.
You not providing your own evidence is... It's my fault?
You being unable to understand the point, even though I explained it multiple times, even right now, is not a me problem anymore. You critique me instead of what I said in multiple times in the video, and now we're doing it again. And I provide evidence multiple times.
So you would
in a previous video.
Okay.
Boom, here's this clip. In a previous video referring to something else. I'll link it at the end. I always do. All the evidence is usually right at the end there too. So
the evidence is just me watching my own video. I'm confused. What's the evidence? I don't know what the evidence is. What did I misinterpret so egregiously in my reaction to your video?
Isn't that how we ended up here?
The only
that's not evidence. You were just saying we are now at Avenue B and this is how we got here. Where's the evidence? What did I misinterpret?
You misinterpreted what I said, after I misinterpreted what you said.
I don't know what I
That's
misinterpreted.
literally how we got here. I
Can-
literally explained it to you.
Explain it to me one more time because I'm dumb. In my
The
hour
only
and a
real
half
point
long
that I
There are
have-
reaction,
points that you said that I disagreed with, but I also had used that to talk about why there are issues with the changes as a whole. And then you had also had another point where you had referred to those, like, to people utilizing the strategies. I of course misinterpreted that, but of course, because of my interpretation, I said, okay, well, that's not really like a thing we should be doing in the community to like try to insult others for just things in the game.
and who was I insulting? Was I insulting people?
You were calling killer players turds for
Oh,
utilizing strategies.
oh, okay. So you just did it again.
So it's adding on
I,
to the narrative,
so
right?
you just
But if
did
I
it again.
misinterpreted that, I'm telling you my interpretation at the time of the recording.
Okay. Yeah.
So I didn't
Got
do it
it.
again. I'm just
Got
telling you
it.
what the perspective was.
Okay.
What are we talking about? Now I know, okay, I didn't understand the point. That's fine.
So you didn't
Like,
understand.
okay.
You didn't understand my turd comment. You wildly misinterpreted my slugging comment and made slugging the crux of it. What's kind of funny is in that reactionary video, you didn't really even talk about tunneling beyond the first 5 minutes. You just talked about slugging over and over, reiterating back to this fictitious point that I made that I get slugged to death all the time. So your second reactionary video, you would admit, is
This is
probably
the purpose of the
a
change,
flop?
for the slugging change, to not leave them on the ground from their bar all the way to the end. Is that not what the change was for?
Like, I mean, I would assume.
So therefore, if that's what the change is about, that's what I'm going to be talking about.
Okay, but that's
I'm talking about it as in
one.
behavior is making a change that isn't necessary for whatever reasons. That is the point.
Okay, so what does any of your reactionary videos have to do with me then? Why am I in them?
If you want to feign ignorance, that's fine by me. I tried to explain. K9, go do your thing, bro. I'm trying, bro. Like, I've explained it multiple
I
times.
mean, this
So-
is,
I
this
don't
is
know
a
what to
problem
say.
between you two, really. Like,
So
No, feel free to rail us back in, bro, because I explained
okay,
it multiple times in different
okay.
ways, and you're just not understanding it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not. Maybe I'm just ignorant. Maybe I'm just stupid. I can sometimes miss the forest through the trees and admit that it's my own issue. I definitely probably wouldn't make multiple videos. Like if I don't know, chances are if like I totally miss somebody's argument, I'd maybe, I don't know, I'd maybe say something, I'd make an apology video, I'd maybe make an edit, I don't know, I guess I just find it weird to use somebody's likeness and to literally like watch their video, misinterpret multiple things they say. But like you're saying that like the focus wasn't actually my video, the focus was like a different point you wanted to make. So instead
Like
of
I
using
said, if
my
you want to feign ignorance, that's purely up
I
to
don't,
you. But
wait, how am
everybody's
I
here already
feigning?
heard of it. They already heard it.
How am I feigning
They heard the
ignorance?
explanation. Like I said, if that's what you want to do, you can do that. I've already given my explanation. Obviously, with this conversation, I can say,
So-
okay, cool, we misinterpreted some points. That's fine. That was the end of it. But you're dragging it on. Like, just we can both accept that we both misinterpreted the videos. Like, what are we talking about now?
Okay. No, that's yeah, completely fair. We both had
what I'm
misinterpretations.
getting from you, Sip, is that you would have
Mhm.
liked the video to be maybe more like, hey, you know, Sip made a reaction video and was like he actually did say he does know about tunneling and slugging as a strategic thing, and the video, though it wasn't clear at the time, he has made it really clear now that the video was about, you know, a specific thing about slugging and tunneling
Sure,
maliciously and to be a dick.
sure.
That's what you would have liked the video to be? Like, admitting that you actually did conceive in points and stuff?
So he made a reference that it's like not my fault that I don't understand because like the evidence is in the video. The evidence is in the video. Watch the video. But when I look at a thumbnail and I look at a title and it has my name and it has my likeness, any logical person would assume the video is about me and my content. But if it's just using like a couple statements I made to springboard into some other points of your own, then the video isn't really about me. but it is, but it isn't, but it is. Do you see how a viewer could get
It
confused?
should be more than one thing.
Fair
I
enough,
don't. I
yeah.
think that we're just going off into another direction here.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of
'Cause I didn't
crafting.
directly say, "Hey, your content is this." I didn't say any of that. I'm talking about point by point what was said. If my interpretation was wrong, cool. I just learned that now, right in this conversation. Fine, we can move on. Like we both have stated we misinterpreted each other's points. Move
I'm
on.
okay, okay, sure, yeah, sure. We'll move on. Okay, I'll bring up a random point. Do you think the correct answer to people that like you say the bottom ring of killers aren't very strong, and like the top ring of killers is like there's a disparity? Do you think if I were to tell you that, hey, maybe you should just play a stronger killer if you want to do well, do you think that's a valid response?
Um, who is this specifically related to? Because I feel like we would both have different opinions on
I'll
it.
ask VHS. Do you think that's an appropriate response? If you want to do better, play a stronger killer.
So what is the purpose of the question? Because it's a leading question. So
It is,
what are
but
we trying to follow up with?
I want to see if you have logical
Give me both questions, then I can respond.
No, I want to see if you have logical consistency.
So then, can we just admit that this doesn't really have anything to do with the original video
No.
and PTB stuff?
Yeah, can we say
no,
that?
it definitely
Because
does.
This has nothing to do with the
No,
video.
no. Well, it has everything to do with his reaction to my video. So yeah,
Oh, his reaction.
yeah.
So not your original video, the reaction.
Well, I mean, it's both. It'll be very evident in the end. Would you be fine with that if I were to tell you, hey,
It's
you
a
main
leading
Ghostface?
question.
It
Give both
is. I'm
questions.
telling you, Elite.
Give
Why
both
would I
questions.
give you the full context? I want to see if you have logical consistency.
Give the full. If you have good faith, give both questions.
I'm telling you that
any leading questions here. Like we've been good faith this whole time. Give us the full question.
No one wants to fall for the traps, bro.
Well, but it's a trap
Come
set
on,
by. But like, if you have logical consistency, then I think we can have a conversation later. And
Why
if
are
you want to say
trying
that I'm
trap
wrong,
somebody into some kind of logical box,
because
bro?
these are
Like,
your
trying to-
statements. These are your
So
opinions.
give the full questionnaire, dude. Like we have not had any leading questions.
Are
And
you
you're
actively
doing leading questions everywhere?
Are you
we
afraid
go.
you might not have logical consistency?
What does that have to do with the point?
I will tell you. Are you?
So give the whole question. Why are we dancing around
Why
it?
can't you answer that question?
It's the same way when we ask, like, "Hey, what do you think of?"
I
Like,
would
this
answer.
potential
I
change?
would literally answer.
You didn't though.
What potential
We said,
change?
"Hey," we talked about, "Hey, what if we had, like, they can look for parts on or little."
And I
canisters
literally
and
gave you
these
the
things,"
answer.
And then you said, "Oh,
I
well,
said-
I can't speak from that. You know,
I can't speak
on that."
for other people, but
So then
I
asked
don't
you,
think it
"Can
would
can you
solve the
speak for
issue.
yourself?" And then you decided to just lead somewhere else.
And I
be
said,
That's what I'm
fair,
trying to say.
To be fair, he did answer a
I
question.
answered
He
your
answered it
question.
later, sure, but like right now, be direct. Why are we having all these ridiculous like things going into the direction?
Sure, I could maybe enjoy different objectives with like the generators. I don't know that I really
So
care.
go back to the
That's not my
question we're going
focus.
to ask and ask the full question instead of trying to trap people.
I did
into
ask you the full
logical-
question.
So ask
Keeping
it
you
again.
logically consistent in terms of like a character structure isn't fair.
Ask the question again.
If somebody has an issue, or you specifically say, hey, there's a disparity between killers top and bottom, and I'm not like, I can't get that many kills, and I say, hey, well, what killers do you play? Like, I play Ghostface, I play Pig, I play Triper. I'm like, well, you should play a stronger killer. Try a stronger killer. Like, or if a group of people say, hey, I'm not doing very well, like, survivors just gen rush me, and I'm like, hey, you should probably just play a stronger killer. Do you think that is a fair thing to say?
No.
Okay, then can I ask you why multiple times in your video, when my issue was purely surrounding solo queue, your statement over and over was just get friends, just Swift, just find friends, just do the stronger thing.
Swift is something you can solve.
And you
Swift
can
is
play a
literally-
stronger killer. You can solve that. You
Not
have
if
the
somebody
option.
loves a killer that just sucks.
What if I love
and
solo
they don't
queue?
enjoy other killers.
What if I love solo queue? What if I don't want to play
Then
with
you
other
shouldn't have
people?
if you love solo queue, then you shouldn't have a problem. You should go in with the mindset
And
the
if-
same way that low tier killer main
Sure.
should. With the
Okay.
mindset that they're not going to win the game.
I will.
But does it mean that they
No.
can't talk about it and go, man, that sucks? I'm like, hell yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
so you want a standard for yourself, but you don't want to extend that
hasn't
standard to other
How does
people.
that how does that work, bro?
The trap
How
has
did
been
we get
sprung.
there?
How do
There it is, another trap. Come on, buddy.
it's your
Come on,
logical
buddy.
inconsistency.
There is no inconsistency. You can say something sucks and still engage with it.
You literally just said it's
can
not
verbally
fair to
say
tell
this
somebody to
sucks.
play a stronger killer, but it's fair to go tell other people to find friends.
Because Swift is literally just solved by adding another teammate and going into comms.
And
What?
and
Like, all
killers
the
solved by
issues with solo queue are
going.
literally your teammates not doing anything in your match.
You can go into the killer list and you can choose Blight and you can choose Hillbilly. You can choose Kaneki.
So this is a non-fucking point.
Well, the point is
Come
that you
on,
don't want to
man.
extend the
Come
same
on,
sort of
man.
generosity to like people that want to play
Because
solo
you're
queue.
literally asking
You
someone
want-
you're asking someone who enjoys the experience of a killer, which are all completely different from each other, versus doing Survivor with or without a friend. Those are two completely different experiences.
It's a personal choice that you decided to play the
A
game with.
personal choice that still has drastically different experiences.
Yeah,
If
killer and
somebody
survivor are
enjoys
different.
The experience of playing Ghostface and they're like, I just hate playing this. Then what are they gonna do? Be like, well, I don't like Blight either. I guess I just don't play then, right? It's the same thing.
So you don't view it on the same level then, is what you're saying.
Because you're essentially
that's your
asking
defense to
people
it.
to not play low tiers.
No,
But people can
no,
choose
no, no,
to
no,
be
no,
out
no,
of
no,
the
no.
cliff.
I never said that. Because you actually,
That's
what's funny?
exactly what you're
No,
trying to
'cause if
say,
you actually
because
go
you're
back-
trying to equivalent, you're making an equivalent of Swifting versus choosing a killer ability that completely changes the gameplay versus you just having a teammate with you or multiple people with you in comms and just hanging out. Two different things.
I am making the comparison that if you want to have a better or more performative experience, you have that choice as killer just as you do as survivor. However, what's funny is there is a common difference. You can't just spawn in people to be your friends and to play with. However, you can just choose a different killer. You are by yourself. You have more agency.
What does that have to do with the game's balancing?
Well, if you would have let me finish, you have more agency to choose which killer you play than I have agency or a new player has agency to just find people to play with. Yet you put more onus on the solo queue person to
Somebody
find people to
trying
play with.
Find friends is a completely non-game issue within their own personal lives. That has nothing to do with the game.
Correct.
Nothing to do with the game.
The issue would
But
then
you can choose to make friends and improve your own social skills outside
not-
of DBD
what are we talking?
to get friends and play Swift. You can't do that with a
Wait a
killer. If
minute.
a killer is low tier, you can't just miraculously make them stronger and better to play.
You can
That's
improve
two
your
different
social
things.
skills outside DBD to make friends, but then play with them in DBD. Is it outside DBD or is it DBD?
So now you're just gonna ignore the point. Okay, cool.
No, I'm literally just, it's literally the thing you said. Like having social skills to make
So are
friends.
you not interpreting the point? Can you admit that?
Having friends outside
Can
of the
you
game.
admit that you're not understanding the point?
Okay, I'll try and
It's a yes
I'll
or
try
no
and
question.
understand that.
Do you
Bro,
understand?
I feel
or
like
do
it's
you
a
not?
trap, dude. I don't want to get baited
Do
into
you
a trap.
understand or do you not? It's very simple. Do you understand or do you not? That's it. Then if you don't understand, I can explain it to you.
Sure. Okay, I don't understand, but let me ask a clarifying like question or
So
try and
what
like.
do you
Okay.
understand?
What I understand is I don't think having social skills outside of a game is going to improve necessarily your ability to find people to play with inside the game. I think those are two vastly different things.
But you're making that same equivalent by saying picking a different killer is the same thing as finding people outside of the game to play the game with you.
I think it's easier to choose a stronger killer than it is to find people to play with. I think it's a couple clicks of a button and you're playing a stronger killer.
So then it becomes a non-point. You can either choose not to play the game, either as killer or survivor. You don't have to play the game. Big deal.
Okay.
You could just choose not to enjoy the S tiers and choose not to play them and just not play. Same
Right.
thing with Swift. Oh, I just like, hey, I hate if I hate Swift like solo queue. Guess I won't play it then. Cool. That's it.
Yeah. That's true.
Non-point.
Oh, okay. Yes, non-point.
Like, what do you like?
Get it.
Sip,
What's
would you
up?
like to give me that question and see my take on it?
I mean, yeah, you can answer it. That's perfectly
Alright,
fine.
go back to the beginning, so the question.
Do you think it's an appropriate and fair response to tell somebody that complains about or has an issue with the fact that like low tier killers don't perform as well as some of the high tiers to just tell them to play a stronger killer if you want to perform better?
You don't know my opinion on this, but I
Oh.
think because you said that if I say no, you're gonna say, well, you shouldn't expect the same of a survivor to go get friends, and
There you go.
I'm not, but right? So
Sure.
if the person doesn't want to get friends, they want to play solo queue, that's fine. If the person who is playing Myers doesn't want to play Blight, that's absolutely fine. I'm not going to.
Definitely
It
Wolfie.
really only. I guess the issue is if the solo queue person is like, well, I want to have a shot at winning the game as a solo queue person more often than the little chances I do, right? How would you solve that? Because this isn't a trap or anything. I'm genuinely curious. Like, how would you solve as someone who doesn't want to get friends, which is perfectly valid, and play the game solo?
Just
How
play.
would you give them a shot?
I would say you got to play the game more
Wow.
probably because they probably haven't played
Thank you
very
for
much.
your support. You're beautiful.
Maybe, but I think we can agree that you kind of reach a hard cap as a solo queue person eventually. Once you get good enough to a certain point, you're basically just relying on the
Guys, it's
other
honestly
three
fine.
teammates
I
to
enjoy
be
stuff like
decent.
this, regardless.
So that doesn't really
Thank
fix
you,
the issue.
K9.
Doesn't fix the
mean-
issue of like. Right. I mean,
Hey,
if
the
a
person
survivor
getting
like
good fixes a ton. Like
So, like,
him being good at chase, if he gets chase, he lasts a minute 30. Great, 3 gens get done because 3 people were on separate gens while he was doing that, and he didn't run into them. Beautiful, but what is all of that if his teammates just, fumble the bag pretty much, right? So I think this benefits you as well because I think that a lot of people complain about solo queue in that regard, where they think that the they're not actually the problem, that other people are the problem. So I feel like, and you're not a dev, you don't have to answer this question, but obviously I think there has to be a way to fix it so that a solo queue person has as good, if not close to a chance that a Swift would have. My solution to
whoa,
this
whoa, whoa,
would
whoa,
be
whoa,
something
whoa.
that a lot of people hate.
So you want a buff to solo queue?
I feel like it can be pretty miserable. I'm not gonna
Okay.
deny that
So you
argument.
and I could
Like,
agree. Okay. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I feel like it can be miserable because at a certain point you do rely on your teammates to not fumble the bag.
I appreciate that, Who. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The way that I would try to
And
do
Azumi,
that, and again, I'm
Azumi's
not a
just-
dev, and a
Azumi,
lot of
thank you for the
people are gonna
gifted.
hate this, is add some sort of comms, not necessarily voice chat, before everyone starts being, oh
Oh,
no, I'm
like
gonna
Dev's
like
already
like
confirmed they're
like
not adding any
emotes,
comms.
like going for hook, or
yeah,
yeah.
like go for unhook or stay on gen.
Yeah.
I'll go for unhook, stuff like that.
That'd be great.
If we can get VC without all the obvious
The devs
downsides
already
of streamers,
confirmed they're not
Yeah.
adding any voice chat, so it'd have to be like some sort of
It'd be
chat.
it'd be
or some sort of,
emotes
like,
most
emo,
likely. Yeah.
unfortunate. Yeah, but
Yeah.
if we
like
can
some kind
do
of
that,
emoji they put up on in front of their hand or something, anything.
if we
Like a little
if we can
picture or
do that,
something.
that's great because
Yeah.
then the low tier killers that people are like, well, I don't want the low tier killers to get buffed because I do solo queue and I think that it's pretty tough for me to go against a low tier regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Then at that point, they can start to potentially have an actual chance if the low tiers eventually do get buffed, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So across the board, it would be better, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think anyone's arguing against that. It'd be better.
That's
Be a better
great.
experience. A bunch of different stuff they could do for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
So yeah, we shouldn't tell like the Myers just hop on Blight because at the end of the day, the Myers could say like, well, I bought this supposedly called a casual game, party game, Museum of Horror game to play my favorite character, and this game has skill-based matchmaking. It's pairing
sure.
me against players it believes I have a shot against. Why should
Right.
I not be able to play my character?
Right. So, okay,
So-
there's two things to that. The first one will be kind of a reiteration of what I said before. So you wouldn't personally also say, "Oh, Mr. Solo Q, you should just find friends." You don't think that
No,
like
if he doesn't want to, he doesn't. He
Right.
should have he should have a goddamn option by now.
correct. Correct.
like be as good or close to a Swift.
Okay, so you two disagree on that. That's fine. I think you and I, K9, are on the same page. Also, I'll branch off of that, and this can be, I guess, like I don't care if it's a talking point for everyone, but every game that is a versus game has a meta. It has things that are strong. You look at stuff like Apex, you look at stuff like Valorant and League of Legends. There are stuff that falls out of the meta that's just weaker. People will always gravitate towards typically the stronger things. Not everything. I'd be hard pressed for anyone to find a game where like every character, like Super Smash, Tekken, fighting game, whatever,
Yep.
where all the characters are like, oh yeah, you know, equally as good. Why should DBD make it so that every killer is near as powerful as one another? Or if you don't believe that that's the case and you just want like lower tier killers buffed, it's like, what do you like? How do you even, not how do you go about that? Because that's just a long conversation.
Yeah, that's
But
a dev thing.
why
Like, I can't answer
why
that.
should we squish all the killers together? Why should every killer be just as viable for like the 4K as every other one?
Okay, so
When no other game is like that.
of course, this is gonna be difficult to like do for a dev, and I don't think that killers should lose their identities for the sake of getting buffed. I think it should be maybe the when you go against a Ghostface or something, there's like a modifier in the game that somehow makes it easier for the Ghostface to not be and the gens don't go flying on him, right? Because the devs already clearly showed in this PTB patch note that they are going to, they at least have gone a step forward and said, hey, we recognize that these guys are good and these guys are not as good, so we're gonna, not give them as much haste or as much pop as these guys, right? So if they can do that, I feel
Mhm.
like they could instead maybe implement like a modifier that
Sure.
makes it the
Sure.
lower tiers. And instead of just buffing the lower tiers, make their job not as miserable, right? But that's a weird way of putting it. But just make it so that they can't get slammed on the same way a Blight can, but the Blight doesn't care because he's Blight, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, maybe instead of buffing them and losing their identity, they should categorize them like they did. And yeah, because that was a good step forward from behavior. I will agree. The fact that they realize, hey, these guys are better than these guys. We should treat them differently a
O-
little bit at least.
Okay.
Agree with that.
Okay, so you went a little bit of a different avenue of like how to do that, but why should it exist? Why does
Okay,
behavior need to be a game where every killer
it's
has
it's
the same potential?
it's purely. I'm gonna tell you right here and now. It's purely a moral thing from me because my belief is that if I bought this game, because a lot of people that I question say they bought the game for the same reason. Hey, I bought it because so and so favorite characters in the game. I want to play that character, right? And it's not just that. It's like they are sold into this game being told that it's casual, a museum of horror, whatnot, right? And they buy their favorite character and they want to play their favorite character and they want to feel like they have a shot with their favorite character in every aspect, right? If they sink 20,000, very ridiculous, but if they sink 20,000 hours into Myers, for example, you wouldn't tell that Myers, hey, buddy, you should kind of expect to lose despite all your experience, right? So for me, it's like
Completely agree.
this game has skill-based matchmaking, right? It is pairing you against a team of survivors or a solo queue team of survivors that it believes you have a chance at as the killer that you're playing because each killer has their own MMR, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the SBMM believes that you have a shot at killing the people that it pairs you with, but it doesn't take into account what the ghost face might be bringing. If it's all slowdown or if it's all fun chase, goofy perks, or if the survivor team is doing the same thing, right? Bringing all insta heals with metas or doing goofy. So behavior's kind of selling you the impression that, hey, because we have SBMM, you should be able to kill these survivors, but the SBMM doesn't really know that. So it's kind of immoral in my sense to tell someone like that Myers main, hey, you really don't have a chance, despite all your
Uh,
experience.
That's gonna be such a gray area for me because I mean you're talking about morality in a game where people are killing each
Yeah,
other.
exactly.
Like
Exactly,
it
exactly. Yeah, but
I I
again,
I
it's
I
like
I can draw
it,
I can draw a connection to what you're saying. I understand. Um
it's ethics from a company, right? Like, if you're selling me the idea that I can go against this group of survivors because the SBMM told me I can, then I should be able to, right?
That's what its purpose is.
I mean correct. But I think and this is in terms of stats, this is kind of a to be its own thing on its own and I know maybe both of you wouldn't necessarily agree with me. But like what is the threshold then for performance? Like what do you so you want, weaker killers to perform better. What's the, what's the metric for which to compare that to or like to determine whether you've been successful? Because realistically, behavior in patch 6.1 a few years ago wanted to buff the overall kill rates, which is like really the only metric we have to go off of in terms of like quote unquote performance.
Yeah.
They wanted to buff it to like 60% across the board, and they did so. Like they did accomplish that. And like during certain periods where they did give us data thereafter, there were some killers that were like close to 70%. Some killers that were like I don't think there were very many aside from maybe like nurse, and like that's usually always like like a learning skill issue thing because it's nurse. That was like even below 60, it was like 55. Like if most killers are performing according to what behavior wants, if not excelling beyond that performance, then who are we to tell behavior that they need to buff lower tier killers when their game is functioning, at least performance wise, how they want it to? What kind of sense does that make? I know it probably feels bad, or I will
Yeah.
even give you an argument for you. You can use the true talent mentality of, well, getting kills doesn't really mean that the game or those killers are performing well. The game should be more balanced around hooks. But that's just one person's opinion, when in reality, like, I think kills are more closer towards a true performance metric because, like, just the way that the game was designed
I
with
mean, the game.
lore,
Yeah, yeah. The
it's
game
like
even
it's all
said
about
that it.
torture and killing. It's not
Yeah,
about
the game.
hooks.
The game. It's not just about lore. I will agree with you that like the game itself has a win con. They behavior themselves said once in a stream, a survivor that said, "Hey, I looped the killer for like 5 gens, but I died at the end. Does that mean I lose MMR?" And they were like, "Did you make it out? No. Then yes, you did." And the
Hmm.
same thing goes for the killer, right? If you don't get it, if you get a 3K, go up. 4K, go up,
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Uh, middle,
Yep.
no. Get 1K, no. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's a tough
You know what I
question.
mean?
I admit it,
It
and
is. It is.
I mean I loaded it. I will admit I kind of loaded it to my end. But if the data that we do actually have is saying that across the board killers are powerful, they are getting on average 2 or more kills a game. This is what we wanted. How is it fair for us to say no? You need to buff the low tiers to like make it up to the high tiers. Like what? And also I like I can understand why people want it because like you main a certain killer, it's not very strong. Kill it like a lot of that to me is just mobility. But
That's
like
dependent on who you're asking.
how can we make that justification? How can we like fairly say no? We need to buff killer even though it's performing according to how behavior wants. How is that fair for us? Like, isn't that kind of
Well,
just greedy? That's just
it's
what we want.
depending on who you're asking. Because
Well,
if people
Yeah, it
who
does because if you
are
ask someone like Drussin Baba, which I will give as an example because he's like one of my I respect the dude. He
don't
he
worry, freak.
wins
My escape rate's
most of
about the
his
same.
matches, right, as Pig.
Yeah.
So you would say that Pig doesn't need a buff, right?
No,
But
no, because that's just him personally. The stats that I'm referring to are across the board and across different MMRs. It's not, I'm not saying because like
Okay.
somebody can have an 80% kill rate that we shouldn't touch that killer, we should nerf it. I'm saying that because behavior has made a global statement of, hey, we wanted to buff killers, we want them closer to like a 60% kill rate because like killer's supposed to be like the power role and to be scary, which I agree with. I'm okay with that. I understand their sentiment and I'm like, yeah, go for it. And they did so and they accomplished that. And some killers are even, outperforming. Now, granted, like some of it is like a knowledge check and a skill issue, and it's like, okay, well, if you
Nuance,
nerf it,
yeah,
like I will admit that, but like if essentially the overall kill rate amongst the whole list of killers is kind of where behavior wants, which it appears to be what it is from the data we have, what justification is there to buff?
This barely, I mean, not barely, that's the wrong word. This just comes down to then a vision that I have that is not correct for a game of DBD. I assume some people might say that it
Double
is or whatever,
digits? You think that's good?
but
Thank
I
you.
think that like the
Yeah.
determining factor of you being able to win with a killer, despite what it is, should be your skill in that. And
Oh,
obviously
100%.
this works in games like Rainbow Six or shooters like that, where it's like it's all down to the game sense. It's all down to the amount of hours you have. If you get paired against a team that has like across the board 500 hours, if you got like 2,000, you should be able to outsmart them one-on-ones, right? That's what I believe, right? But DBD's not like that, right? There's a lot of nuance and stuff that goes into it. So a lot of people could say, hey, if you believe that DBD should be like that, then you're wrong because it's inherently RNG, blah, 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 blah. And they're right. I can't really argue that point in that regard. But just because someone like Drusen Baba wins most of his games, right? And he believes that Pig should still be buffed because he believes that most survivors that he's going against are just playing incorrectly and, you know, yeah, because he's actually gone against like compers, right? And he
Mm-hmm.
can't really do anything with all the experience that he has from pubs. And his experience works in pubs. It doesn't work against people who play this game to win and, you know, optimize everything. So he believes that they should be able to compete at that level. Kind of, I don't think it's exactly because of my reasoning, because of that SBMM thing that I told you before. But you know, if someone like him with as much time on a low tier killer like Zach tells you, hey, the only reason why I'm truly winning is because the survivors make a lot of mistakes still and I capitalize on it, I feel like we shouldn't say, well, nerf the pig because he still has a 90% kill rate or win rate.
Takes away a level of agency for people trying to play their game and master something.
Right. No, I agree. There's going to be some nuance, and each of it is.
And I'm not gonna like. I don't want people to be like, oh, he's calling survivors bad and killers great, and it's like, no, there's copers on both sides, man. There's people that are bad at
100%.
killer. There's people that are bad at survivor, and that's why DBD is nuanced. Because if we just
100%
look
agree.
at the kill rates, you can tell me like, oh, look, 60 across the board. Okay, yeah, but then why does Nurse not have that 60 across the MMR? It's like, okay,
Because
bad Nurse players that haven't really learned her power and don't use it efficiently, then it's like, great. Then we can agree that bad players on either side affect these numbers. It's
yeah,
not
for
that
sure
simple.
they do. But then also really good players on either side also affect those numbers conversely. And you don't balance around the lowest tier, and you also don't balance around like the highest tier. You try and meet somewhere in the middle.
Sure. If we
Yeah.
can get everyone to like a plain level, great. I'm not, bro. Once again, I'm not expecting Ghostface to be dashing across the map.
I don't know
breaking
because
panels with his power.
I understand, but and the whole point that I brought that up is I just kind of expect that every game I play, there's going to be something that isn't as strong as everything else. And like, yeah, it might be, it feels bad if like you really like that like weak thing and you want it buffed. And like, I totally get it. But I also don't think that that's something that we should expect, like across the board for everything in DBD to be a good option. Because I mean, like with perks, it's not.
Maybe not expect, but like, is it wrong to believe that you should have a better fighting chance? Because they're, for example, back to Rainbow Six Siege, there are weak operators in Rainbow
Yeah.
Six Siege, but people that spend the hours to master them
Okay,
do have a shot.
so you say a better fighting chance. Sure.
Yeah.
Would you say that like people that play killer quite a bit and want to win and perform well, even if they choose a weak killer as their main, still probably 3 or 4K the vast majority of their games?
If they're good, yeah, they
Do we
should be able
do
to.
we believe that like
Because most of the survivors make a lot of mistakes that can be capitalized on.
sure. So I do we agree? And like this is a point that's brought up that maybe the main pain point for a lot of killer players isn't necessarily like their inability to deal with like top MMR Swifts and blah 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 and like their favorite killer. Well, it feels like the losses or the games where you get utterly destroyed feel really bad.
Yes,
And
they do.
and that feeling is
I agree.
outweighed a lot. Or like that
And I
feeling
know-
it like way outweighs like, you know, your consistent easy games, your 4Ks. Like could we agree with
Sure.
that?
Yeah, and the same thing for like Survivor in a sense.
Yeah.
I had it in my head. I had the example in my head. I kind of
I
just
feel like you
blew
kind of
off.
answered your own question.
but
That's
but
why we want lower tiers to not be like lower. Maybe just make them kind of mid tier instead.
Okay.
Because
there's another
if you
thing that I want to
were
get into
told like
actually.
every time
Winning
you
and
load
losing.
in, and you're just gonna like, what my point is being, if you're told from the get go, no matter what match you play, no matter how well you do, you will always lose your game. Like,
Who is
would that
saying
even be
that?
fun?
What
I'm
I
using that
don't
as an example.
know, but that's not reality in
So I'm saying
DBD.
for both sides of DBD. So what I'm trying to get at is, if somebody's being told from the get-go, no matter how well you do, you're just gonna lose your game. That's what I'm trying to touch on. That's why lower
But
tiers want to have a
I
fighting
mean, there's
chance.
I
So they
nuance.
don't
can
think that's
have a
happening
chance
though.
of winning.
There's nuance there.
When
There's nuance
is
there.
the
Because like again, what I was gonna get into here, whoever wants to win the most in
Yeah,
DBD can win the most.
I said that in my video. That's essentially what the game
And that
comes
is
down to.
and that is true, which means that
Yeah.
like if the lobby that you load into that the SBMM said you have a chance against doesn't bring meta perks and insta heals, you have a fighting chance. You do.
Well, not a fighting chance. I would say if you're bringing in slowdown and you're adept with the killer and the survivors don't really have like
Oh
a
yeah.
survivor centric, you have a really good
And
chance to get a
depending on the
4K.
killer and stuff, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Again, it's nuanced.
So
You do.
why
But
did
yeah,
we
generally we agree.
So there is no like select killer, hey, you're going to lose all your games. That just doesn't happen.
You can't 100%
I'm not saying in a literal
tell
sense,
someone
but
that
I'm
with
saying as an
with
example.
certainty. Yeah.
But I
You can't
don't
tell that someone 100% with certainty. Like you're gonna lose all your games just because you're playing Myers. No,
Yeah, and the stats
can't do
don't
that.
show that.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, either you're good, you're better than them, or they're making a lot of mistakes.
So
and
why
you
did
capitalize off of it.
Okay, so why did we bring that into the conversation, VHS? I don't understand the relevance.
I was just adding on to the conversation.
Okay.
I mean, I believe this started by me diverting your personal question to him to me. And
No,
so,
I
like,
sure.
Just adding another point to it.
Okay,
to strengthen it, that's all.
so we don't need to expect all killers to be like of the same power level. And we agree that like sometimes the main issue is like the game where you get destroyed that feels really bad. Tends and we've also agreed that like the majority of the time, killers, if they put a lot of time into their killer and they play well, and they know DBD, they'll probably end up 3 or 4King the majority of their games.
yes.
Um,
Like, I feel like
Sure.
the
so
sense is like if everyone was good at DBD, everyone was almost nightlight level.
Yeah.
You know, we should we should be able to compete with that in a sense, I guess. But like, it's not the reality, true. And when you lose, it feels really, really bad, mostly because of like, hey, maybe you didn't bring the best stuff and they did, you know.
Or
And
maybe you
it feels
made a
bad,
lot
and
of
it feels bad.
mistakes or committed to chases you shouldn't have.
Yeah, that too. But it's
It's still nuanced.
eventually there's so much stuff in DBD
Yeah.
that
Yep.
if you bring enough stuff, it kind of carries you through certain scenarios.
Sure.
And
Yeah, it definitely can. For sure. I mean, it kind of just sounds like the game is the game. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, I
real.
think
To be real.
and like I said and like I brought up in my second video or well, my reactionary video, the game is kind of just who wants to win more. I don't know that there is any good reason to buff every low tier killer and put them all on like B A tier. I don't think anyone's provided evidence.
I guess my copage comes a lot from like being in my own lobbies and like sweating ridiculously to try to combat a bunch of perks
Sure.
or something, and then
Because your focus is
the same
performance,
survivors,
like the
yeah,
4K.
and then survivors are in the end game chat saying like, oh, you have to tunnel and slug to get this, you don't have to do that, and it's like, well, Brody, I'm not exactly playing Blight here.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
people
Like,
are weird. People are dumb.
and I guess that gives you like a really like grim picture of like what everyone is thinking in the community, and it's like, ah, these people want to nerf my killer despite it already being weak, so you know, I'm gonna have a bias against them and be like, no, you guys are wrong, I'm right. I can't lie if that's kind of how I feel sometimes, because the majority of people in DBD are copers. There's a lot of
Yeah,
copage going
for
around.
sure. And I think I've been around quite a while to know that usually the stuff that gains the most traction and virality is very negative, loud opinions.
Yeah, and this is why I
And
love Justin Bubba too.
the positivity gets drowned out. I think
This is
people
why
need
I
to
love
realize
Justin
that.
Bubba. It's he plays one of the weaker killers. He says, "Hey, this killer, if everyone was actually good, would need to be buffed." And he says, like, guys, if you're losing most of your games as Pig, it's mostly a skill issue. Because if I can do it, you can too. But you know, in a theoretical world where survivors improve to the point of comp levels, then there's gonna have to be some fixes to
Well,
the roster.
we know that there isn't going to be this
That's not gonna
dramatic,
happen, all right?
right? Yeah, I mean it's kind of irrelevant
But
because
we can
it's
agree that at least the average survivor has gotten considerably better over the years. They have had time to
I
do
would
that, and they have.
100%.
I would
100% agree.
I see
agree.
that, and
I
it, and
disagree.
I would agree with that.
I disagree
well, maybe
because
it's just because I've climbed
no,
up like
because
really high or something.
so I mean MMR will play a factor. The game definitely did change after they added in MMR because
Yep.
it I guess there's a couple points to this. So you say better. You don't mean doing gens better. You mean looping better, right? Because I mean, if you're talking about being able to do gens, I think you would all agree that that's not really a skill. Because that's the common thing that I hear a lot of people say. Doing gens doesn't take skill. It's the looping and game sense that takes skill.
I mean, besides the knowing where you spawn
Sure.
relative
Yeah,
to
yeah.
them and running to it as efficiently as possible, you can't really optimize that more, no.
So back before MMR was a thing and they just matched people up with like red ranks, in
Yeah.
solo queue,
I was not there, by the way.
I know. The game was much better for solo queue back then. The game was just easier for Survivor overall, but you used to get teammates that were much more experienced in the game all the time in like red ranks and purple ranks, especially if you played a lot right away. And then it was really only like the last week of the month where you might get a baby Claudette that finally got into red ranks, but it was honestly kind of rare. Like if you were a regular DBDer, especially playing on the killer side, you play against a lot of the same people before crossplay was a thing. I don't know that I would say over the years the average Survivor player has gotten better. I say a lot of things in the game from both sides, killer and Survivor, has gotten a little bit easier, and the game has gotten more hyper competitive. I think it's a misconception that like Survivor has gotten stronger while nothing has happened to Killer. I think both sides have gotten stronger in their own right, and it has also just pushed the game into a more competitive nature. And my issue with like this will all kind of connect. My issue with like just increasing gen times is if you add an extra 10 seconds to every gen, will your survivors not just push gens harder? Will they not just bring in stronger stuff? I mean, realistically, as soon as you buff one side, it's a vicious circle of the other side wanting to play as well as they did before, so they bring in and play even harder, and then the other side says, oh, this change did nothing, and it's like, well, no, it technically did, because like more survivors are running gen perks, and the gens are going by just as fast, and there's less memeing. You have to be careful about like quote unquote balancing this game, because that's essentially what they've tried to do over the past like 4 years. And I think it's been a major issue of what's led to like the miserable state from both sides. I don't necessarily agree that like, oh, I liked when the game was like broken in a party game. Like it was more enjoyable when it was, I think, for Survivor for sure. But I struggle to see sensibility in people that have a killer bias that say, oh, Survivors have been getting buffed for the past 3 years and we haven't gotten anything. No, it's been the exact opposite. Well, not the exact opposite. Killers have gotten way more buffs than Survivor has overall over the past few years, but that has just pushed the game and Survivors to be more like reactionary with gen times, with trying to survive. And like the more tunneling you have, because I think we've seen in my opinion, I think the game has gotten more aggressively tunnely, especially with like the
So you're saying they're getting efficient. They're not
they're
necessarily
getting more they're getting more
both
efficient at
ends.
like the one objective that matters.
I
I
agree
think
with
it's
that.
being reactionary on both ends.
That's
Like
that's
because
kind of
of
what I
one
meant. I didn't
thing leads
really
to the
mean.
other side doing something, then the other side responds, and then the
Yeah.
other side
Exactly.
responds after
Yeah.
that, and then
So like
I was gonna get to that because you asked me like, well, in what direction do you think?
yes,
Do you
bully
think
me.
that they've been getting more efficient or better at looping? And then you went on, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind
I
of an
think
efficiency
it's
thing.
more efficiency than it is better at looping because realistically too,
yeah,
um
I agree with that.
behavior has kind of made looping is just a weird thing now because there's a lot of tiles are just kind of like filler palette-ish and double palettes, and it's like it's either like a god palette or it's like a
Against the
filler
killer that you're
palette.
going against, or it's something that can be
Yeah,
outplayed really severely.
it's just
Yeah, I know.
looping used to be different. Like it's looping has changed so much because back in the day
I
you
don't know
could
about
play.
that.
So like back in the day you could play. I don't know if you've ever seen like old clips of like Thompson House, but you could
I mean, when they
literally
were
like there was
in
there
all
was
lights
there
and
was
how it
things like
looked.
that.
there
Not how it
was
was
you
played.
you could connect every tile if you ran in a circle. And there weren't really any anti-loop killers back then, and you could go from shack to cow tree to a strong filler double rock to a long wall window into main into the other corner that had another long wall window. You could just the map like
Ridiculous.
the maps
Yeah,
were
then that's
so
led
much
to,
more unbalanced
very
for
schematic.
Survivor. Killer had like an M1 killer would just lose upon loading into Thompson House playing against survivors who knew how to chain tiles. The game isn't even like now there's even like logic in the game where it's like, okay, well there's no long you can't have two long wall windows spawn in the same match or it's not supposed to. Like it's gotten a lot more generous for killer overall. But I think the major pain point that people focus on is just gen speeds, but like that's a result of making the game harder for Survivor. Like that's just going to happen. You're never going to like quote unquote balance the game and then like one side not probably try harder
Yeah.
in response.
And this is why I'm against, just putting extra time on a generator and trying to find some other interactive solution to it.
Yeah, I agree with
Because
that. That's why I was suggesting the whole finding like parts to put in the gen, like canisters, like other
Mhm.
things that would do that and feel more interactive.
again,
to the
but we're
survivor
not
side.
we're not game devs in this sense. We
Yeah,
really
exactly.
can't say if
But
it would
in
work
a
or it
perfect
wouldn't.
world, that would be pretty cool.
It would be, yeah, though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it would be.
I mean, yeah.
Just yeah, like it's good. It's just-
Like
think it'd be fun.
this is a discussion, not a debate, after all, right?
I think it's kind of both. I mean, I think it kind of is a bit of both. But I mean, it's not necessarily.
I mean,
for
I
blood
was kind of
debate.
interested. I was just kind of interested in like you asking me questions and I asking you questions because
Sure.
it's like an inside of the mind type of deal, like inside of the mind of the filthy 11,000 hour survivor main, right? That I
Mhm.
am not allowed to agree with because I'm a killer main.
All jokes, of course.
I felt like that's kind of how I want to treat it.
Yeah. No. You have how many hours? Like you said, 2,000 something.
2,500.
Yeah. I mean, I can reiterate a little bit on like just my opinion. I mean, yeah, I have about 12,000 hours. About 1,000 hours of that is killer, which it's a lot of people try and tell me that because I'm a survivor main, my opinions don't really hold any weight because I don't play killer. When in fact, probably over the past 8 years, I've played more killer than they ever have. Granted, it's over the course of 8 years. Yeah.
I will tell you this: you are definitely less biased than the average survivor main,
And
or at least from what I see in my endgame chats and Twitter.
That's within the
You are
community, of course,
agreeable.
yeah.
You are agreeable on certain things, and you will admit, like,
see-
hey, There's a little much.
This
Yeah,
is
of course.
this is
I
what
agree.
this is what I try like. It's not that I necessarily had an issue. I think people are probably going to generally lump me in as like a survivor bias mentality right away, and it will be a little bit, but that's just based on like my 9 years of playing the game and like my perspective. But the funny thing is, like when I watch content and I absorb content on like Twitch specifically, I prefer to watch killer players. I watch like some of the best killer players. And I just find that content to be more enjoyable than Survivor because I would just rather play Survivor myself.
Yeah.
I've kind of gotten to the point where like a lot of these like topics and like I'm so bored of it, like to be honest, in like a general sense about
I'm only 2 years in, and trust me, I'm already tired of
it
it
just
too.
drains you. It just drains you, it drains you, it drains you. And I mean, I will be honest, I will afford I'm still gonna be a dick. I will afford a little bit of an apology towards VHS. I did come attackfully a little bit.
And I do think that he should say that back just because of the
I
videos.
apologize as
Like,
well for misinterpreting. I probably should have
Mhm.
played it back a couple times.
At the end of
Try
the
to
day, because like
absorb it.
as soon as we're done, I honestly won't really care, even if I upload this, which I don't even know if I will. I appreciate you making that statement. I'm not even now 100% sure where I was going with that, but I think I think there's a tendency for people to be very like reactionary in terms of like, oh my god, this person's like talking about slugging and being bled out, or he's talking about tunneling at 5 gens. Oh my god, he has this mentality. And that's what I had felt VHS kind of went with a little bit in both of his videos.
kind of
So
did because again, you didn't really show a whole picture of yourself there, which is
right, which I
impossible for you to
can't.
do.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to get
It
that,
is. It's really tough for me to do. And I had this whole fucking notepad of like literally too many words. But like at the end of the day, I mean, I don't care about half of this. It was just kind of like if certain things came up, like I would have some counterpoints. But
gotchas in case if they were crazy in the head, insane, or something like that.
well,
Insane word.
right, and like if I'm gonna have just a balanced conversation with somebody, I want to see logical consistency, and I want to make sure that if you apply one thing to one side, you try and apply it to the other as best you can. Taking into consideration it's an ASIM game.
Of course, like
But,
I do
at
care
least
about
I-
this. I
Yeah,
do
me
care
too,
about the
like, I-
Survivor experience. I play 45%
Yeah.
Survivor, so.
Yeah, I try to do the same thing. I
And
may not
and
play
I
it
personally
myself, but
feel
I engage with the content.
again, you said you don't personally feel that way, but I still feel strongly, even though I don't really engage with most of the Survivor community. That's why I'm here with
Yeah,
you.
I mean, yeah, I
But I do
collaborate
feel
with
like
Survivor players who watch their
the
stuff.
gameplay's boring. To me, I feel like it could use a shakeup the way that events do, but not as terribly thought out as the events are.
Right.
Yeah, I think we agree on that.
So we don't really disagree necessarily on a whole lot in terms of like game balance or like these proposed changes, assuming like the right modifications were made.
Yeah,
Like
Not at all. No. Yeah, we
Yeah.
pretty much agree.
okay.
it's just the initial
The
video.
execution was the
Yeah,
execution of the changes
initial
were what I had an
video
issue with.
makes you look like you're not really nothing
Hey,
against you
if you
'cause
want
you
to
do
stick
know what
around,
you're
I'll have a
talking about. You
conversation with
admitted to
you
this
if you
in the
want.
response
but
video, but the initial video
if not,
to a
fine.
first time killer player or something,
Mhm.
it's like, oh, this dude is tone deaf. So
Yeah, for sure. Which and that's part of my like kind of like hyper reaction to the reaction is because I know what I'm talking about because I know who I am and I've been playing this game for so long and I know that I'm not like super biased towards Survivor as much as one might think considering
That's how I
considering my
feel. I
hours.
feel the same way about myself. So
Yeah, and I mean it might be true. And listen, I will give you both the fact because I've seen it. I just tend to ignore it because it's so fucking old at this point. Killers get a lot of shit in endgame chat for just playing the game normally because people don't understand what tunneling truly means. They don't understand that it is a tactic that should be used to apply pressure if the killer is down. I would
you, in your defense, I don't think that regardless of you being trying to sit in the middle of the fence here and understand the other side and say it throughout your stream. Like you mentioned in your response video that you would tell people that are
Yeah.
queuing up with you, oh yeah, you got tunneled, but the killer needs pressure.
Correct.
In your defense, unfortunately, I don't think that you can, like, control your community in that way.
No,
You know what
I
I
mean,
mean?
you're never
Like,
gonna.
you can try,
My
and you're
hope
doing a
is
great job trying.
my hope is over
but-
time, because some of them are my friends that I've actually known for a long time. There are some people that I've been playing with for years, or like that have known me and been in my community for a couple of years, that will say like, "Oh, I got tunneled," and I do not have a problem telling them, "Well, you really didn't get tunneled. Like, you know, the killer needed pressure. They didn't have a kill. There were 2 gens left." And I generally say, if you don't have a kill by the time that 3rd gen pops, you're probably not going to 4K as killer. That's just kind of like my like essential estimate of like pressure.
I've said that every single video.
He said it.
And I try and tell people
Yeah,
that.
for real.
I
said
try
that
and
all
tell
the
people
time.
that because I want them to understand that not everything a killer does is a targeted attack towards them. That some
You heard
people
it here,
just play
folks.
the game.
Clip it, boys. You heard it here.
I say that all the time,
That's
and
great. And
I
I wish that creators like you that post Survivor main content could control their community in that way and
Yes.
get people to think get people to think critically, but it's unrealistic
it's
to believe because
impossible.
it's kind of the same thing as when you become a big YouTuber
Mhm.
not
Mhm.
DBD related and people go harass other people because they're
Right.
saying bad things about you.
100%.
You can't control it.
No,
And it's a shame.
100% agree.
no, you can't. That
But I feel
that
like that's kind of what I'm hoping that that's why I actually interacted with this and even bothered to give it time because I just feel like hopefully somebody looks at it and it's like, damn, maybe I am bitching too much.
I think everyone does. I think that's just part of like being in the zone, and like especially if you're a streamer, because I find myself doing that from time to time too, and I have to stop myself. And it's not like I'm out here raging, but like, you know, there are certain
We're
things that I
coping, like that's my whole thing. We cope all the time.
yeah, I mean,
crash out.
there's a
That's the
healthy
whole
there's a
thing.
healthy amount of cope, and I think it's fine. It's like content creators just do that. Like sometimes people just blame the game when it's their own fault.
All the time. Yeah.
It's part of the game.
Well, do you have any like questions that are kind of like a gotcha or something, or would you like to know like
It's
killer
like,
opinions on? Because I'm not
Hmm.
afraid to fall in traps because I think I'm pretty consistent, and even if I do fall in a trap, I am open to admitting mistakes and having my mind changed about things. And in fact, like you'd
commentary.
be kind of
Jay, I'm not
ignorant to
saying
be
that.
like, listen, I'm gonna put it like this. I've only been 2.5 years into this game, and I've already seen the same stuff over and over and over.
Yeah.
And I have my takes on it. And if anybody can tell me that I'm incorrect in those takes, great, because it would actually be a difference from the monotonous only 2 years that I've been in this game, and I've seen everything, kind of. I
Calls it
haven't
like a
obviously. I
level of
can't.
burnout,
Obviously, not enough to say certain things. Not outstarve a level of experience or hence level of experience in this game,
Double,
but
yeah.
it's genuinely the same thing over and over and over.
Mhm.
So
I
I'll
mean,
call it a level of burnout to some extent. I
yeah.
think it just comes with the territory.
So like I'm not personally afraid for like traps or gotcha questions, as long as like, you know, when I respond to you in a way you didn't expect that is actually agreeable, you don't go, okay, well I need to try something else. Like
No, I'm not really out for blood. This is a random personality thing. I just hate hypocrisy, and I hate when people say and do hypocritical things. It's one of my only like issues with like
I think
meeting
everyone
people.
does that eventually.
Well, I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
everyone
everybody
does
agrees with that.
Everyone, yeah, for sure. I think the biggest, the most identifying characteristic of like a mature person is identifying that and like trying not to do that, you know, going forward.
Yeah, you're best.
So like I don't really know a lot of like your takes. I really only have VHS to go off of, and like I said, I had a bunch of stuff written down in terms of like issues that I had with like especially the second video and just like. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. There's going to
It
be
don't
some
matter.
bias. There's going to be some misinterpretation,
It don't matter.
and it's I don't. It's
Of
whatever. I
course.
think we went through most of that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
kind of got the most
yeah.
important ones sort of off my chest. But I don't I don't know. Is there something you want? Like, do you want to
Well,
gotcha me? Like, I don't know anything
I
really
mean, I didn't
about.
have anything written down, you
Uh,
know. I just kind of
my main
freeballed it, you
point,
know.
was like just getting into in this VC to tell you
Azuma, you
why
can't take it
I
anymore.
thought that the original video was a problem and to try to get you to see that. But we've
That
already
was
been
that
over
was
those
my
points,
perspective too. I just wanted
and
to
I
kind
feel
of
like
explain, like,
it was
look,
pretty
it's not, you
successful.
know,
So I'm
like
happy with
that.
the result.
Like
I'm happy
getting
with the
me,
result myself,
like
bro.
getting me
Yeah.
to watch the video and like understand your guys' perspective,
No,
or what?
no,
Oh,
not rewatch it, but just be like understand why we thought that it was a tone deaf take, right? Because
um,
you opted
Yeah,
out of
because
saying
that's, you
things,
know,
and then
yeah.
on your response, you said those things. So in your
Like, the
response is
response
where
was
most
definitely
of it was
stronger than the
fixed.
original, is the point, I
right,
think.
Yes,
and it always will be, right? Because like I have
of
time
course.
to let things sit and get other people's opinions. Like a reaction
Right.
to something just coming out is always going to be very bare bones.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's. I mean, there's not really much I
Yeah,
can.
that's been my perspective. Like, I just wanted to come in and just kind of show, like, look, it's nothing personal. It's nothing like about your content or who you are as a person or anything. I don't know none of that stuff. It's just, look, here's the points how I took them. Maybe I mistook them, and you know, just try to clear it up. You know what I'm saying? So I think we were able to do that.
Okay. Sure.
Because I will
So
admit, though, I didn't come into here thinking like debate and like try to prove him wrong, but I did have a predisposed bias thinking that maybe you would come in here saying me saying like, hey, you weren't really clear in your original video, and you would say like, no, I was very clear, and that's kind of what I was
I mean,
expecting.
I did do that a
But
couple times in regards to what I brought up with VHS because
in your
I
response,
was
because your
clear.
response was clear, yeah,
No,
your
no.
response was
Well, in
clear.
my original video, I was pretty clear,
Oh yeah,
and some
and
stuff
the
was taken out of context.
yeah, you were talking specifically about the yeah, that you were very clear, yeah, about that. Yes. My
Yeah.
problem with that was I thought that you were just opting out of saying everything else and you didn't assume that that was a
yeah, I think
problem.
that's a good way to describe it.
But yeah.
Because yeah, yeah.
No, yeah, no. I mean, because I don't, touch on something doesn't mean that. Like, I obviously know there's a lot more
It
to
I'm gonna be
everything.
real.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah, yeah.
exactly what it
I'm
is.
gonna be
Like, you
real.
know.
It's a lot of alienating from my part. The whole reason why I sent it too. It's a little bit of alienating because I was here going through Twitter and
Mhm.
scrolling through all of the top creators' responses to them, and they were being very critical,
Sure.
very like on the nose of how potential things could be exploited. And I felt like every video that goes over the changes should be treated that way. That's what I felt like,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
that's what
Sure.
got me to
And
send it.
and I'm sure some of those were like people that read the changes and then made a video like afterwards, whereas I was reading it in real time for the first time. I just got like my initial reaction.
Yeah, that
Oh
Um,
was
yeah,
that
and it
to
was
was
to get
wrong
it
of
my
up
me to
early.
yeah, it was wrong of me to expect that because I will say this, I thought that when you made the video because it was a little late that you had already gone through Twitter and seen everyone's
yeah, that's the
reaction to how it
interpretation
could
I
be
had as
exploited.
well.
That's what I thought.
No,
So,
typically, like, not that it matters, but like if I do a stream and this is a Wednesday, I typically end and then I immediately go do real life stuff like gym, disconnect,
Right,
food,
right,
eat,
right, right.
errands, and then I come back and do my editing late at night. I don't, I mean, I could have technically, like, I know you could, like, technically just end the YouTube live, restart a new live, and then, like, upload that live as, like, a video.
Of
But
course.
I actually just take it from Twitch and up because, like, I'm a little old school and I just don't. I'm kind of new to YouTube streaming. I don't really do it that way. So mine was just later on in the day. I don't think I really even looked at. And honestly, if I see one comment, because I probably did look at Twitter a little bit, that just says, "Oh, I'm quitting DBD if this go," it's like I'm off Twitter. I just don't like that shit's boring to me. It's like reactionary engagement farming, and if I see a check mark next to your name, I know you're in it for the buck. I just don't care. So
I
sometimes it's
think
hard for me to see people make comment. Like it's hard to sometimes find critical takes that early when everyone's just being reactionary because.
Yeah, I
yeah.
think this was my biggest flaw was when I initially saw the changes. I thought it was like pretty good. Like people just were overreacting until I saw the exploits, until I saw the issues that are occurring for people that are trying to interact with these systems and stuff. And then I made follow ups to go, well, I think I'm wrong because this is not what I thought it was.
Sure.
And that was basically at the tail end of that.
Sure.
So
Yeah. No, I mean,
Unfortunately, I feel like we're in a position where YouTube VHS being a content creator that reviews stuff like this.
yeah.
I think it's gonna happen again, unfortunately, because just the nature
Well,
of
that's a
how
pretty bleak
somebody
thing to
really can't.
say.
I'm sorry. Yeah, brother, I know that you will take something from this and learn, but I think it'll happen again because it's, like we said, he can't really show everything he knows and his mannerisms, how he conducts himself in one video and what he
Yeah,
actually
but that
fully
applies to
thinks
both
about
ends. I
everything.
mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of
Yeah, but what I
assumptions
mean
that people get
is
from
you're
me too.
gonna find content like his original video again, and you're going to
Yeah, of
make a
course,
review on it,
of
and
course.
the mistake is probably gonna happen again, which is unfortunate, but I think it's just the nature of content creation.
That's just how it works, man.
yeah, I mean,
It's not
or
really
like you just
stuff,
gotta
but,
be, you gotta
you
be,
gotta be current. So it's like you gotta hit it right when it's hot. So if it's not, you're gonna fall behind. So
yeah,
it's just it's inevitable. But with that being said, obviously
But
I can
obviously, you're
do
gonna
my due
try your best.
diligence, try to be, at least try to be more clear as to what point I'm trying to make and be very deliberate as to say like where I'm coming from.
and making sure that if you're quoting somebody that it's correctly.
So yeah.
Oh, cool.
Well,
So any questions for us, comments, concerns?
No, I think I provided clarity on like my takes and my initial videos and some of the issues that I had with like the reactions.
So would you say like your perception of us has like changed at all? Like maybe been like positive, negative, neutral?
been
Are we
productive
still
in any
filthy?
sense of the
Are we
word.
still filthy killer mains? Like I'm just making jokes, man. Come on. Trying to be a little lighthearted here.
No, I know. Do you do you want my real 100% answer, or do you want the
Well,
politically
hear it. Why
content
not?
creator correct answer?
Yeah, why not? Give us
Are you
both. It
talking
doesn't
if we
matter.
want the funny one or the or the
Yeah, you want
serious
the
one?
funny or the little?
There's a morbid curiosity that wants to know the true one, even if it doesn't make for the best content.
Yeah, like why not, right? I feel like if with a productive conversation, you can at least walk out better from it and be able to be like, well, that was good. I feel like we can just kind of move forward and not really have
Sure.
anything bad or anything going on.
This is about how this went about how well as I expected it would.
So
I think
100% amazing and positive. It's jokes.
I'll be honest. And we don't have to go into it. We can just end it at that. That's fine. And I mean, I don't care if anyone has a negative perception of me. I just mainly care about my like immediate community and friends. But I think K9, I think you were maybe a little bit more open and neutral. I obviously like I don't know what you said behind the scenes or like what your initial thoughts were. Obviously like I have more video, I guess evidence if you want to say to go off of like from what VHS's takes were. But I watched VHS's second video like 2 times actually. The first time I was like just listening to it as I was walking, and the second time I listened to it to make some specific points. It did really feel like, especially with that second video, that there was a lot of, and I'm not gonna fixate on this, but it felt like there was a lot of like straw man-y sort of misrepresentation. It felt like it was purposeful as opposed to like accidental.
Well, if it helps, I promise it was not at all purposeful.
No,
Like, I have nothing against you. Don't even know you. Like,
and
no reason.
And I appreciate that. Like, I understand there's a potential that like you're in the moment, you're watching and you're listening, and you hear one thing and you're pausing, and like streaming is a lot. Like you're reading chat, you're communicating, you're doing all this stuff. I totally get it. If you wanted my 100% take, I don't necessarily think you're purely a rage bait content creator, because like I have not absorbed enough of your content to like know that. I don't know.
That's a win right there. That's all I wanted out of that.
Some of the stuff that I have seen follows the formula that a lot of people do rage bait wise, and I've noticed that it's kind of in line with like what people are doing now politically with rage baiting. So it's like I have a slightly biased and skewed perspective.
Of course.
And some people could maybe look at some of my stuff or my reactions of like looking at like Scott Junn's or True Talent stuff or this and that and probably say, oh, Sip is kind of like, oh, you're getting into drama or like it's a little rage baity. And I'm guilty of some of that stuff myself. I can admit it. But I'll also be honest, like at the end of the day, as soon as we're done, like I'm just gonna go back to life as normal. Like I'm not gonna
people,
I mean,
really.
it's
Content,
DVD.
yeah.
Like you'll
It
recover.
is.
even
It
if
is.
you
It
lose.
literally is DBD, and that's kind of what I know. Like I upload Survivor content, and I upload me doing stupid things, and like I will sometimes like rage over little things that don't matter, or But I feel like I've kind of gotten to a very central perspective of like how I see the game, and I think like I was able to iterate that to you guys pretty well, and.
Yeah.
I think most of the community, we can admit, on both sides is just very reactionary and like very
100%.
crybaby about everything. And
Oh, yeah.
sometimes we as
Yep.
creators also feed into that with our audience. And like we have to be careful about, creating our own echo chambers and being inside of it a little bit too much. Like everyone does.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my summary, my takeaway. But I don't.
Yeah, like at least speaking for myself, my main intent was to show that I'm a level-headed individual that's just talking about a fucking video game. Like
Mhm.
the rage bait shit is just, I'm just not that. Like
listen,
I've seen the rage baiters,
Yeah.
not even close to the same
Yeah.
thing. Like
No, I
know-
I would say I don't view you as a one for
I hate
one.
that word. I hate that word. Like it's used for everything
it's
now.
it's
And
definitely overused for sure.
if this can somehow mitigate or prove to you that it wasn't in bad faith, I did message you, and you can
No, I know. Yeah.
agree that
Yeah,
I
sure.
did message you, and you can agree to this, that I told you, hey, I'm not gonna defend VHS on points that I don't think
No,
are
you
solid.
did. You
I
did.
have my
Yeah.
own opinions.
I didn't feel like
Yeah.
this was a 2v1.
WK9?
Like I literally said to both of you, we can talk at the same time. I don't care, because I had no, like, it's not really personal grievances, but I didn't have any specific grievances against you, and I knew it would be more just like bring things up, talk it out, and like I
Yeah,
would have
and
a couple.
I hope to minimize grievances between you two as well, because I'm looking at it here from a third party, right? I can see
Right,
that you
right.
guys misinterpreted each other a lot.
I mean,
Yeah,
I have
communication
no reason to
happens.
believe that he's telling a lie, that he did it on purpose or it was spiteful. I don't.
Yeah,
At the end of the
because
day,
if
I'm not
that
going to
was
lose
the
sleep over
case,
it. So
if that was the case, I would have been here like defending him 1000% of all the time.
right,
You know,
right.
Yeah.
And honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm probably not going to look at your chat for the after effects. If you guys, like, if you go back,
it's probably
or like,
better not.
right. I don't really care. Like, I'm not going to I'm not going to tie that onus to you. And if I have a conversation with my chat and some people are like, oh, Sip, blah, 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 you dominated, or like this person was so stupid, I'm going to try my best to like tame it down and like, but at the end of the day, like, it's your community. You talk to them, you just be who you are with them. And I'm going to do the same. If you want to upload it and you want to put my head on there and put a thumb, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. If
So
you want to say,
we have confirmation, there is permission from yourself
And, yeah,
that we're gonna blast a gigantic photo of you.
if
little hard
if you
eyes and be
want,
like,
sure,
"It's
if you
so
want,
cool."
but I mean, if you make it like I totally demolished Sip in this debate, I might have something to say about that. But like, yeah,
Thinking of titling it like a conversation with,
I don't
or
think
something like
anybody would
that.
demolish
Go for it.
anyone. At the end of the day, we came in
Yeah, I
here
think that would be
it being
pretty
a
good.
conversation.
go for it. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. If you have any questions, I mean, you're already in my DM, so yeah, whatever's clever.
Well, if that's what everybody has to say, I want to thank Siptonic for joining us here and having this discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate you both.
And
Yeah.
K9 as well for being here. I know
Mhm.
everybody's pretty busy, so
Yeah.
just glad we were able to get it all out. One little shotgun
Yeah.
shot, and then we move on. So
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you both.
I don't go away, filthy survivor man.
Yeah.
That's what you came
Isn't this
from.
my call? Isn't it
I
my
mean,
call?
I told VHS to make it, and he was fumbling with his fingers
Well,
over there.
hell
Like,
yeah.
I
it comes
don't
with
know how to-
experience, okay?
when you got a mask on, it's hard to
I
see.
mean, there's
man.
two
Like,
of
what do you
us,
want me to
one of
do?
you, so like, I mean,
That is true. Well, I appreciate
really
you both.
pressured
If you have any
everything.
questions
Yeah.
or anything,
Yeah, have a good one,
DMs or-
man.
yeah,
Take it easy.
You too. Adios.
Yeah, good day.
That took 3 hours. That took 3 hours. Chat, I have like food I need to go heat up because I'm starving. We should play DBD though, yeah? Should play DBD, probably. Breathe out? No, I'm good. I'm good. I can now like actually interact with my community though. My 2-hour Roomba routine. Bro, what was going on with YouTube chat? Were some of you guys going back and forth? Cake and generally understand view standpoint, so I was curious to hear from the other side. Is there like something I need to clear up, or like I know a couple of YouTube homies were going back and forth, but repo jump scare? Yeah, sorry. Whatever. If I want to feign ignorance, I have my personal grievances with how some of that went, but I knew it was gonna be that way. So that was painful. Yeah, sometimes it is. When YouTube was beefing and Twitch was just memeing. They blocked each other, they figured it out. Oh, they blocked each other on YouTube. Okay. What even was that all about? We trauma bonded? Your chat ain't you, man. Venom said I'm good. Okay. I didn't know if you had anything for me or if you wanted me to address anything specifically or what. Like in regards to like my opinions or what I was saying. So I mean, if you have something for me at all, respect my attitude through all that. Thank you. I mean, I attacked a little bit. I attacked a little bit on things that I thought were right to attack on. I guess you just didn't like me. Oh, okay. So it has nothing to do with me, or you don't have a question for me. Mogging miss. Dude, I had to check my hair because I started the stream with my hair partially wet. It was kind of scuffed. You didn't raise your voice though to make your point? Oh, no. I'm not really that type of person anyway. I attacked in a calm way. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to also, it's not really like bait questions, but if you're going to try and prove a point, the best way to do it is under calmer heads. You don't want to be like screaming to try and make a point. I was wondering how you feel about the base game mechanics. Like current base game mechanics, you think they treat all killers the same in regards to pallet spawning gen time? I think it's all random, and some killers that are stronger have a better chance. Like, at the end of the day, killers with usually anti-loop and mobility will always perform better, and like the RNG of a map and spawn logic doesn't affect killers all the same, obviously, because killers aren't the same. That's just kind of DBD. It's more of a professional servant than an attack. That's what I tried to do. You kind of read them to filth at 2 point. Dude, I knew Jay was going to be in chat being like 100% genuine. That's so funny. I mean, I don't know. I like, you can call me a nerd, but I did my research and I like made notes. I'm not gonna like go point by point, but this is me watching the hour-long video, and these are the notes that I took that were all with timestamps of evidence of like counterpoints, hypocrisies, and misinterpretations of what I said. But I went over the more important ones, so I don't really care. And we came to agreement on some of the other stuff anyway, because yeah. You think RNG should be adapted to reflect strength of killer and the mobility? I mean, I'm down with them to try it, but I don't know that it's necessarily needed in the game. It could be something they want to try. Like your pallets are maybe stronger against Blight than they are against like Trapper, sure. It's a lot also to get used to though. Like trying to remember how every map changes depending on like what level of kill you're playing against. That puts a lot of onus on the survivors, and I just don't think most people play the game that seriously. Love your old ways? What does that mean? Considering they made videos saying you said things you didn't so they could win arguments you didn't make. That was like most of my issue, is like a lot of that second video specifically had me saying things that I didn't say. So I was just very confused. Missed out on the emotions. It's hard to debate without a clear mediator. No, I think it was fine. Wait, what? Careful, he blocked me. So he'd be blocked too. It's not about winning though. It's supposed to be a calm and healthy debate. Did I miss something? I just hate disingenuous things. Same. What? Same. That's why I came in a little bit aggressive, like an hour and a half in, is because it felt like there was some disingenuous, purposeful twisting of my words consistently that it felt like VHS was trying to craft a persona of me that didn't exist. But I let the first like hour and a half play out like however they wanted, so then that way it didn't come off as just me attacking. I felt like you were standing up for Survivor players that deal with actual toxic behavior from killers, and I think, yeah. I mean, I think everyone should have a chance to enjoy the game. Oh, you were working and watching at the same time? Too much yap? Oh no, that's good. You're fine. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know how to feel about him at first, but I think he came around. I mean, I don't think he... I mean, yeah. Proposed changes to unique hook buffs is an example of changing game mechanics. I wish to some extent that large change like this could be done in isolation. I did have that aspect of high tiers not getting as much from it. I did find all the Scott John mentions really funny. I mean, he's a pretty like neutral person in the community. I mean, I think a lot of his persona kind of goes, yeah, solo queue's miserable, and this game kind of sucks for new people, and killer's not as hard as people make it out to be, and people just need to stop complaining and get better. That's kind of what I feel like most of his like general view of DBD is. So, enjoy your day. Thanks for no screaming and yelling. No problem, homie. Enjoy your day. It's hard to see the effect of the changes when so many are done at once. It is. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like DBD sometimes wants to shake things up, so they put everything in the game at once and say, hey, how do you feel about it? I mean, there's different ways to go about like making changes. We're kind of just playing behavior's game. It's funny how when you explain like you already had that base kit tenacity was a bad idea, they immediately agreed with the proposed changes. Yeah. I think I said that in my initial video, maybe. Or at least said this might not be a good idea. I think K9 was a decent mediator. He talked a little bit more. I think Wolfie should debate them next. Oh, God. Check, can I go get my food? No, fucking DBD, bro. My old account, what the... Yes, go eat. I think my Chinese is probably cold. But I love cold Chinese, though. Yeah, okay, I'll be back in like 2 minutes, 3 Uh, Wait, what's happening? No, it wasn't. Wasn't you. True Sip Mod's best mod. Wait, what happened? Is there a problem? What's going on? Are we good? Oh, okay. Got no clue. Read my message. There's no problem. Okay, I got it. I read it. I got Chinese food. Bro, I gotta play DBD now? Is my mental still there? Senseless drama? Okay, I trust my mods. Although, I did get a message from Stiffy Band. I'll have to look at that later. Orange chicken, sesame chicken. Do you trust your mods? We need a mod appreciate. I do trust my mods. I'm sometimes a little bit more lenient with certain behaviors, but I'll take a look. I'll take a look later, probably after stream. I'm gonna hide my face for a little bit. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be stuffing chicken in it. So for the Chronically Online, that was the debate. Hope if you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. If you didn't, you didn't. Oh yeah, Mitch is always a problem. What up, Duran? Sesame chicken and white rice. Bro, do we need to be so loud? Fuck. Do I have my filters? Fuck. Dude, DBD sucks. Where are my fucking filters, bro? Try this again. It's not deep, you're fine? Good. Thank you. I got hair in my mouth, bro. Thank you for standing on business, 10 toes down and all that. We need more of that in the community. You're welcome. I don't know that I did a whole lot. I just tried to be myself. I see. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think my takes are honestly more in line with a lot of other people's than people will probably assume. It's just like the route to get to a good point might be different. Bruh. What do I have to do every day because this game is weird. Can you ask me a question? Of course. Ask away. What's your question? What is your question, my friend? When I verse you, but to go on my old Twitch that I'm locked out of. I don't know if I necessarily oh my god, whatever, bro. Ain't no way. What up, Yemming? Love when you ask them the just play a better killer question. I think that's a perfect question. Well, given the context anyway. Yeah, I just got some food, homie. Bro, what do you mean my bit rate is not strong enough? Is YouTube okay? I better not be lagging today, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed. I was banned for saying GG and was told I was trying to start a fight. Gamer, honestly, I don't even fucking remember, so we can just continue on with like a new experience. I don't recall. I honestly don't remember. Maybe I yelled at you. Maybe you immediately came in here after killing me and said GG and so I don't, dude, I don't know. I don't remember. Is my YouTube ever okay? I don't know. It was a bad day. I don't know, man. We can just move on though if you want. So don't have bad days? No, that's not true. I wish I could claim that. I wish I could. Yeah, no, like, I will say one of my points that I used as an attack was a number of times in VHS's reaction vid, the second one that they made.
Wow.
Yo, homie, Peach, thank you for gifting us up to the community.
You're beautiful.
What their most recent your face cam? Yemming, I'm eating. I am eating. I am eating. I am eating. Okay. The point that I brought up was VHS had said numerous times a counterpoint to my complaining about solo queue is you should just find Swift mates. You should just go find friends, which I always thought was extremely silly. But instead of just saying it's silly, I wanted to pose a question. Because a lot of people say, I can't play this killer and perform well. So I think an apt comparison is, do you think it's fair for me to tell somebody who is complaining about killer imbalance to just play a stronger killer? And to which I knew he'd probably say no. To which I threw in the follow-up, then why do you expect solo queue survivors to just find friends if they want a better experience? I think the similarities were strong enough there. And I think, if anything, as I said, I think it's easier for somebody to just pick a stronger killer than it is for somebody to maybe go find people to play with, but... No, CJ, I think he knows what I was trying to do. He just didn't want to contend with the question. He didn't want to give that point up. I think he knew what I was trying to do because he was hesitant to even answer that question because he knew it was leading into something else. Both your points were IMO, VHS also hates to do solo because it's awful. I don't think I ever said he doesn't practice what he preaches. That's not. I don't really see what points that I brought up that were wrong. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know of any points that I brought up in my reaction video or in that debate that were proven wrong. It sounds like there was just some misunderstanding on their sides as to what I stood for and wanted, and we cleared that up. Whereas, but yeah, I was saying that his view on solo queue was very reflective of his gameplay. I mean, maybe. I guess I don't know what point. Like, I'm not sure what I brought up or what I failed to defend that was wrong. I don't think that was, and maybe I'm being stubborn. I don't know. How you set it up though was weird. It's, well, yes and no, because if I want to make sure you have logical consistency, I'm going to take a statement that you stand by that you've said multiple times and run it by another statement that you said or an opinion you have and see if it checks out. But I did ask it. I mean, that's just like a common thing you do when you're discussing points. Dude, what the fuck? I know you can hear my Discord. I need to turn on streamer mode. I don't know who's messaging me. Or maybe it's the group call. I don't know. I'll deal with it in a minute. Oh, actually, you know what? I can just mute Discord. There you go. Let's mute it on my mixer. Pick up the phone. It's not a phone. What is this guy doing? Maybe gen rushing is an issue. I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna take a minute to eat my food. Bro, which one of you is being a turd? Oh, it's K9. Okay. I'm on to go into a bar. I'm 21. English is not my first. My friends were telling me about your chat. It was a bad idea to join voice. That. What? We don't use the turd word around here. I did like the one comment on one of the videos that said something about how he used the T word. And I had to think to myself, I'm like, I don't think I said anything about trans people. Like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, okay, well, I didn't use the word toxic. And like somebody commented like he said turd, and I'm like, that's what we're gonna hyperfixate on? When I called some people a turd that just want to bleed survivors out for no reason? Like, okay. That's a weird hyperfixation, but pop off, sis. God. That just screams somebody wants to be offended, I suppose. I feel bad for this Singularity, man. He doesn't have a hook. I don't think he really knows how to use his power. Kind of looks like he just M1s. Oh. Is he sad now? Okay. Poor guy. I don't know, dude. I think this man is very new to the video game. This is how far Jay's MMR has fallen since he doesn't play the game anymore. Yeah, I thought they were gonna add the face too. Makes more sense if you mean it in a non-offensive, playful way. I use that term only to describe people that go into a game and want to bleed you on the ground for 4 minutes till you die. That's all I meant. And I was very clear about that, actually. I did not use the word turd to describe anyone who plays a certain way other than that. So. That was one of the big things I was taking out of context. But In the past. You want to swear? Yeah, I want to throw around caca doo doo shithead. The funny thing is, if I were to sit here and in full confidence call a killer a butthole for playing a certain way, I can have that opinion. Just as people can have the opinion that I am a cuckoo doo-doo caca shit for brains for running flashlights. I do not care. You know? Yeah, it's my opinion. Everyone's entitled to them. That's the great thing about, you know, playing games and going through life. You're not going to agree with everyone. And that's okay. Why did butthole make me laugh? I don't know. You're a child? I felt it was dumb. Same. I don't know why that was... Yeah, I don't know. Call them real man curse words. Poo-poo head. Poo-poo head. I'm watching your side since that was kind of rude. Oh. Sure. I mean, bro, listen, I don't care if people thought I was, at any point in time, a dick, weird, wrong, bad, etc. It doesn't matter. Like, that's fine. I think if you go around making certain comments or generalizations, I hope you would, like, back it up or, like, have a conversation with me. But I don't have conviction, man. What the freak? I'm very aware. I can be very disagreeable or unagreeable when it comes to certain things. And I'm not always the nicest dude. I will admit, I'm not always the nicest person. And my tonality can come off as, oh, he's kind of a dick. Yeah, I know. The T word. Are you upset by the word turd? Were some of you watching both chats, I assume? You'd probably have to contact support. I think it was an attempt to offer contact. I don't mind talking about poop. I don't really get what the hubbub is. But I may have had my eyes on both. Hopefully you guys were mature-ish. I could have used something more vile. But, like, why? You saw in Drempler? Well, no, I hope you guys, like, because I didn't get to read all of what you were saying in chat. Like, I liked some of the comments that were funny and they made me laugh. I understand that both sides are going to be pretty animated towards, like, their community and, you know, what they hear going on, and everyone's going to have a slight bias in that way. I just hope you guys weren't saying anything crazy in here. I couldn't... If I were to read all the messages you guys typed, I wouldn't have been able to concentrate, so... I don't care if you were watching his chat. I don't give a shit. And I know like most of you wouldn't do anything unnecessarily. The only person that wouldn't leave it be was dealt with? Okay. And I mean, like if there's some people we need to look at afterwards, we can look at them. Whatever. No, you're good. I mean, like also, and I could have did a better job at, well, I mean, people are going to, like, stroll in at any point during the debate, I suppose, the discussion. I could have maybe did a better job at, like, making it known to just, like, be respectful and try and not use, like, divisive language and, like, amp anything up in chat. Just, like, listen, give your thoughts, be constructive about it. I don't know, it's tough, man. You're not gonna, I can't even save, dude. That sucks. This is like an hello? Really? You're chasing him? I can pick myself up. That man, bro, why not pick me up? Hello? Tunneling! Tunneling! The joke. Guy got no hooks, really. What do you... Oh, no, guys, I don't mind. Like, I don't mind. I can reiterate. I don't mind. Can I define straw man? Yeah, it's when you take somebody's argument or their viewpoint and you manipulate it or you contort it a little bit so that it's an argument or viewpoint that you're better able to attack. And then by attacking that straw man that you have created, you then give off the impression that you have successfully defeated their original point, which was different than the straw man you created. Does that make sense? Essentially, I say something A, you reiterate, you regurgitate it as something B, and you fight against B, and when you start to like prove and win against point B, they're really ads right now. I'm dying. They just think your definition is wrong. That's literally the definition of a straw man. I mean, you could probably go to Webster's and like get a more like apt description, but somebody says A, you regurgitate it back as B, you argue against B, and then by defeating B, you also claim that you have defeated A. Yeah, Strawman Luffy from Two Piece. Bro, I don't know what the MMR is, man. He's got 4 slowdown. He just never used his Kumaras. He didn't use his power. I wasn't even playing half the game. I don't fucking know. What both VHS and Sip said as definition of that word was synonymous with the definition you posted. I don't think there was much of it to me. I mean, yeah, I mean, what they said was a straw man was accurate. Like, that was an accurate description of a straw man, more or less. I mean, they was also using it wrong when they were talking. Who? VHS? Since both sides did it. I didn't really strawman anything VHS said, though. At least not that was brought to my attention. The only thing they pointed to was when I had asked the question out loud, like, essentially, do you want these changes just so you can get more 4Ks, or like, what's the purpose? I don't really see how this is helpful. The whole strongman argument didn't go anywhere, help anyone's case. That is your interpretation. I have a wildly different interpretation. I have a whole hour-long video that is like a different interpretation. I mean, that's fine if you want to hold that opinion. It was nice of you to concede on misinterpreting them when you... Well, they were never going to admit that they did something on purpose, because why would you? That would introduce to the topic malice and intentionality. Which, I mean, maybe it's true. Maybe they didn't want to rewatch the beginning of the video for the context. Or maybe they, you know, it's whatever. You're so confused? Oh, I mean, you're good. I felt like I asked for specific examples of stuff and I wasn't really given it. At least not good ones, and I thought I provided good examples. The goal is to persuade. Strawmanning was not used to further the goal, so it's not helpful. I mean, my goal isn't necessarily to persuade. I mean, I'm not trying to get anyone on my side. I mean, I never told anyone what my goal of having this debate was to begin with. Maybe they thought you said strong man. I think it was more talking about their opinion. Yeah, kind of. You're gonna be on my side? Oh my god, thank you. God, thank you. You're gonna try and sit on my PC. Wish me luck. Haven't let. Oh, good luck, Dazzle. I hope you can actually sit upright. This is why all things like that should always be treated like a debate, because it sort of is. Yes. So, part of the like I knew this would probably happen, and one of the initial things that VHS had indicated to me, no, not today, Hex, was that they didn't want to have a debate. They wanted to have a discussion. Like, okay, that might be hard to do depending on like what points are brought up, or, you know, because like some things are just going to have to be a debate. It's going to have to be a back and forth. It's going to have to be a bit of an argument or what have you. Like, having a sit down when you have very opposing views, or you believe you have opposing views, you're never not going to have a debate. And when I saw the description of their video, they used very debate heavy language. Like straw man fallacy. That is a debate term. If you want to have just a discussion and not a debate, okay, but you can't start using all this debate lingo when making judgments onto my person in your video. That kind of doesn't work. Vic, I understand what you're saying, but I don't ever expect, if I'm having a debate with somebody, that I'm going to convince them. We also have audiences that are more impressionable. Is this spirit goated, or is she... Jay, do we think she's cheating? Default spirit with a fucking scream pie? Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, I think we can just call it a debate. Like, there's no reason not to. She might just be really good. Maybe. Let's see, should we put it to the test? Not a good indicator. Damn. I needed that not to be a corner. I don't know if I can really do anything here, man. She does have perks that kind of... Yeah, I don't know about this one, man. If it's a private profile, I'm just going to give it a report just in case. This one's a little odd. Anytime I see a default spirit that's playing like lights out on an indoor map like this, I always get sussed out. I don't know. I mean... Wait, wasn't the Tory just crouching randomly? The fuck? Side point. Berry Blossom? No, gamer, why are you saving me? I wanted to fucking die. What are we doing? Brother. What are we doing? No, she was just dancing around. Okay, well, you get to go save Tori now. And we get to play a 3v1 for some reason. I don't know why Jay is doing this to me. No, it just feels like she has wall hacks, is all. That's it. Jay, fuck you. There's an add-on that gives Killer Instinct. Yeah, it's hard for me to judge because she's seen my body like it. You have nowhere to hide. If she... I mean, that is a corner. Bro, I don't know, man. You'll be playing it off really well, to be honest. I'm also not even looking behind me. That's how funny this is. I threw that pal like a complete bot. Okay, I'm almost done with my food. I honestly don't know. Oh, they have a band too. I have no idea, man. I don't really honestly care. In my opinion, all spirits are cheaters. It's a joke, man. It's a joke. I made a joke. I made a haha funny. Don't clip me out of context, bro. My hair is fucking... I need a haircut. Especially before I visit the lady. Blizzard time? Fuck you. I don't want one. I opt out. I'm full. Using that in the title was slimy after manning that it wasn't. No, gamer is fine. We kind of talked beforehand and had made the come to the consensus that it was going to be like a discussion slash probably like a debate. And bro, it's always going to draw more attention if you say debate. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm really not bothered. You've claimed all players that are using hyperfocus are cheating. Yeah, spirits are cheaters, dude. I do not want a blizzard, bro. If you send it to me, I'm not gonna eat it. Austin did that too with his hair and I resent him for it. What, cut it? I'm just gonna get a trim. Yeah, send Shauna a blizzard. There you go. What, do you hate you? I don't think so. Yeah, but like... what he's comfortable with is completely different. Maybe sometimes you gotta respect your honey's opinion, what they're comfortable with. It was fucking hot. Why? She maybe open a window. She wants me to grow out and put it in a man bun. That's crazy, dude. I ain't gonna lie. That's a crazy adjustment with a vulture ass airline. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe leave the dude alone. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. DBD, bro. I'm surprised we went for 3 hours, but I kind of wanted to let both of them speak without cutting them off. I assumed it was going to be like a 2-hour thing. Not. Why? Because I don't ever let things go. Fuck doing gens. You want me to cook you? You cook me if you want. I main knight and clown. I mean, listen, I will say you enjoy what you enjoy, but they're both kind of like brainless killers. There's not really much mechanical skill involved in either of them. With clown, you throw a haste bottle slightly in front of you and you melee the survivor. With knight, you get the survivor in like a corner or an area where you can pincer them, guard one way, move this way. I would say maybe knight has a little bit more mechanical requirement than clown, but I don't know. I mean, this game isn't hard to play anyway. I'm not gonna say like a lot in this game requires mechanical skill, but you know, like getting a flashlight save isn't all too hard. You know, it's more about the positioning. The fuck is that totem, man? Because they made the setup go on. Yeah, knight's a hard. Anytime you have a killer that has an AI companion, it's going to be really hard to balance that. Like, it's almost always going to be something that's too strong or too shit. Nemesis, I guess, is an okay example, but, like, his AI is really not part of his power. Yeah. I predicted the timing on... What are you wearing as a skin? Is he a frog? Bro, I hate this Billy skin so much. This thing creeps me out. My ping is also spiking. It creeps me out. I hate that skin, so do I. Like, why the hell do we have a frog on our shoulder? Is Nightbot not something the streamer sets up? No, Nightbot... Yeah, I set up Nightbot. Why? Wait, what happened? Is this Nightbot message? I don't know. I don't know which. I don't know what it messaged. The blind one? I don't know. I just have random intermittent like commands and stuff. I hate the raid skin, probably. Oh, the clown command. Oh, yeah. One of my favorite ops. My favorite op clown main. Left me that. Oh no, that's not... I mean, that's just a copy-paste from a famous clown main. Need you to roast me? You seem like the type of person that would probably smell like butthole. I don't want to do that, man. You seem like you don't wash your ass crack. Like, you kind of just let the water do the work when it rolls down the back of your head with a little bit of shampoo in it. I'm going to be honest. I feel like you're trying real hard. I never said anything about turds.
Where the hell are we?
Shocking for a first-time viewer. And okay, surprise. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Sometimes we put like if we get funny comments or something from like Survivor or Killer players, we put it as command sometimes. Very turd heavy stream. I said nothing about turds there. I don't know why we're taking it out of context. That's pretty normal Twitch memory. True, bro. Did Sip say the T word again? Bro, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my shit. Yo, sounds good, Peach. Thank you again for the gifted. Not the hard T word. See, my chat has a bit of trolls in it. I mean, yeah, we're all kind of trolls. We exist on the internet. Yo, what's up, Faded? Games are okay. How are you? Shampoo down to the crack got me so bad. I do not believe you were crying at that. I refuse to believe it. It's Tursip. Say no. I'm not gonna say it, man. I don't want to get canceled. We're all kind of trolls. Being out here engineering the most egregious outfit clipping. Dude, Jay does that every single time. Like, if he's playing Feng, it's probably something akin to like a fucking, I don't know, a neon traffic cone. Is that? I don't know. A traffic cone clad in Christmas lights. Gotta go fix a dumb machine. Good luck. Good luck on speed. I don't know. Cake, do you, like, I honestly can't tell. Do you have an issue with me or, like, the stream or, like, my temperament or personality? Is there... Does it upset you or are you just commenting on what you see? I'm genuinely curious. I don't mean to press, but... It feels like there's something you want to say, but you just not saying. I could be wrong. I'm throwing the pallet. I might be getting that completely wrong because I'm just a streamer reading chat intermittently, but... Just finished playing some DBD games earlier? You're chill? Okay. I was honestly just curious because I didn't know. You're just kind of, okay. Sometimes people, sometimes they're like passive aggressive and it's like they point things out, or sometimes they're just pointing it out to point it out and just kind of like be observant. I don't want to assume things. I like to be entertained and find things very novel. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, you're good. I have no qualms in that. Passive aggressive, we would never. You know what's funny is like, what a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I was gonna say I'll just be aggressive instead of passive. I don't have an issue with that. I like being aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Chat, should I go to the gym? Don't degrade me. I might like it. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Yes, probably. Reinflate your muscles. I'm so out of shape, I feel like, dude. I've just... Especially after hurting my back and being down for like a month. I'm like a fluffy version of myself. That pallet's still there. Oh, my legacy. Man, I was hoping he wouldn't hit me. Oh my god, there's nothing here for me. There's sorrow, sadness, and despair. What? Okay. I don't know why he left. I can't keep up with everything that I'm watching because the degrading thing. I'm often a little weird. I also understand that text doesn't give out as much clues and tone and tension. Yeah. I mean, no, I think you're good. I think. Hey Nick. Hi, hey Nick. What's up, bro? No, I mean, here. How about we do this first? Snap, snap, clap, clap. Rick. Good lord. I was thinking Nicolas Cage. Hello? Dude, my brain is fried. Rick, Nick, Dick, sick. Okay, thank you. No, I mean, for the most part, I think you guys were behaved during that discussion. I mean, obviously, like, obviously there's going to be some energy and animosity, and, like, you're going to probably side with most of the things that I say, so. There's a little bit of an expected, like, bias and energy. I expect that. Definitely mean to bet. I know. Bro, Jay's comments almost made me shit my pants every single time I saw them. Like, because I knew he wouldn't hold back because he doesn't care and he knows I'm fine with it. And every single time he would type, I'd read that, and like, it was so hard for me to not say something or respond. But yeah, we behaved, except... Fucking hell, bro. Yeah, if you're asleep and healing, he can teleport to you guys healing. Freddy can teleport to gens, doors, and healing survivors, but only healing survivors if they're asleep. So you don't want to heal each other while you're asleep. It's like a hard, like, wake each other up. Oh, shoot. Okay, nice. I feel bad because Meg's dead on hook, but I don't have bond. I don't know where she is. Where should be more, but I was doing chores. You meme in my chat normally every day. You get your memery in. Wish there be more, but I was busy getting harassed. By like, wait, by work? Or what? Oh. I mean, I got a message email to my business email. I just haven't looked at the part of streaming I hate. I very much dislike. I don't know if babysitting is the right word, but sometimes you gotta tell people they were inappropriate. Let's make us go. Oh, I think she's dead. Oh, she's not dead. Wait, that means she's goated. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to go. There you go, Meg. You're free from these laurels that bind you. The best I could do for you, sweetheart. Off to unmod Stiffy. Oh. My girlfriend is not trapped anywhere, guys. Not yet, anyway. I don't think Nick understands. Like, gamer, you can't see, just like that. Nick was asleep, so he teleported to me. Hello? Hi, Jay. Hi, Jay. She's flirting with other women? No, she's... Oh, wait. Wolfie is? I mean, maybe. What? Gamer, I can't fucking help you. I don't, like, what do you... Huh? Seems weird, bro. Listen, there's only so much of my girlfriend to go around, but she's all mine at the same time, so eat it. Monogamy in 2025? That was a crazy concept. Chat, is there really a point in me uploading that VOD, or do we just keep it as a VOD and not even upload it to YouTube? I mean, is anyone even really gonna want to watch it? I could just, like, keep it in my VODs and just, like, have it... I mean, I guess it will forever be on my YouTube. Like, is there a point in can't watch it again? Upload it? Oh god, my fingers are on the wrong keys. Oh, hello? Bro, I am not anywhere near my flow state of DBD right now. I'm gonna head out. Yo, sounds good, homie. Have a good one. Nice seeing you. Good to meet you. Have to go enjoy the stream. Have a good one. Sounds good. You should upload it. The VOD is available. It's not up there as like a video. I could maybe upload it as a video. Probably not like immediately tonight. Probably over the next couple days. Just put it up there. I mean, there's no point not to, I guess. It's fucking 3 hours though. Still got that debate mine going on. I have a bit of a debate brain. I've always enjoyed arguing because, I mean, I usually believe that if I'm going to argue something, I'm probably right. Probably so does everyone, but I don't know. I kind of like it. The problem is, to do it consistently as the creator that I've become, it would be about DBD, and DBD's just not that interesting. Bro, he's gonna teleport to us. Is he not? Well, I don't know, man. Like, there's only so much you can debate about DBD. It's... And at a certain point, it's like... Well, why not just play the game or something? You know what I mean? I listen to Through to Base, so there's an audience for it. Yeah, but like it's DBD related. It, like impacts like nobody. It's all fucking... There's just bigger things in the world to worry about, I guess. Oh yeah, I know. What's SVB? I'm just not playing this game very well. I didn't think he'd do it. I thought he'd just keep playing the game. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, YouTuber streamer. Oh, that's true. There's nothing wrong with having passionate conversations. I don't think we're good. I don't think this game is going to go anywhere. I saw you guys early on wanting me to press more about like the win streak stuff and like the Discord and how many people actually participate in that, but like I think I got my point across to the majority of people listening. Kind of the point. in a general sense. Bond is very good. I did think that was kind of weird how your example was pushed under the rug a bit. I think that happened a few different times, but given the context of the discussion, I understood why. No one really wants to admit that, like, they're wrong in a debate or discussion. Happened a fair amount? I know. Trust me, I'm aware. And I could have pressed on it harder, but I wanted to be, like, mature about it. I'm not just gonna beat a dead horse when, I made my point. They don't want to discuss it. Carry on. I mean, I didn't really feel any such way about it being two people in there. I mean, I didn't feel pressured at all. I'm literally just clarifying my points, my reaction. And I think I got across the point pretty... I mean, they both agreed with me that, like, if you're watching somebody to react to proposed changes to something, and this is the first time they're reading it, like, in that moment, you're probably not going to get, like, a full fleshed out opinion of, like, what they think, right? Like, it's going to be an abbreviated opinion. The not, What the fuck? Are you a psychopath? What did I just watch? What was that little dance at the box? Jay, no! I don't think a lot of people can handle a 2v1, but I knew you'd be fine. But yeah, because I didn't really treat it as like a 2v1. They didn't, like... What's interesting, I guess it's not interesting, it felt like VHS in his video critique response of me, especially with like his, if you go look at his video description of his second video, was way more attacking or aggressive or using debate like language. But, like, in person, it was a completely different story. Like, his attitude and energy in his video was not all at what he came to the conversation with. And I kind of figured that would probably be the case. That's like, also an issue, like, I have, right? That's why it feels like sometimes when this content is being created, it's not genuine, because they don't hold the same energy when they're talking to the person. It's always different when you're confronted with it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There was like no like attack or like anything unto me. I wish there was, in terms of like, I don't know. I wish there was some energy from his video in the discussion in a way, but it just didn't feel like there was. I mean, I don't know that he necessarily called on K9. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what, like, if there was something behind the scenes, but I have no idea. I think K9 wanted to discuss more than VHS did, but I think that was kind of maybe the case from the get-go. I mean, I'm the one who sent out a formal invite to VHS to have a conversation, and K9 said they had seen my video where I had said no one wants to debate me. So I mean, it makes more. I think it makes sense. I think that's fine. Hey, what up, John A? Yeah. I just find it funny. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to go into it. Went into it during our discussion. I held my tongue quite a bit, but it's okay. Yeah, stay up for 13 more minutes. Well, I will be your entertainment for that 13 more minutes. I just think it's funny that he brought someone named Kanan and the Kanan acted as guard dog. I mean, I'm glad you got some humor in crafting or connecting those dots. I think the gripe about not acknowledging the killer impact was a bit strange, especially when someone who has claimed they watched your shorts before and knows you're a Survivor player. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, killer players are generally probably a smaller, like, there are less killers than there are Survivor players. It's kind of the nature of DBD, and some of them, I think, feel more left out or, like, judged just because they're playing a different game, sort of, and... You know, I can understand like the vibe. I don't really. Thank you, babe. I don't really I really don't hold it against somebody, but they both accepted the invitation though, and are willing to debate about it instead of a back and forth videos. Yeah. First time here. What up, gamer? We just got done with like a 3-hour debate, so my like mental's kind of checked out. I'm good. I'm not even really that tired. It's just like I've talked enough for the day, sort of. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's like more or less what I'm trying to say is like the rest of the game is kind of just playing DBD and not really like making content of DBD. Melissa texted me, who are these people and why are they grilling my man? It's so, like, it's so stupid. Like, it is not lost upon me how silly it is. Right? Like, I understand, like, debating over a video game in and of itself holds a little bit of, unseriousness. Like, you know. It is not lost upon me. Let me just put it that way. You can see our comments? Yeah, I can see your comments. There might be a little bit of a stream delay. That's because that's just how YouTube is for me. And I try and read both chats. Everything in chat, so. I will say my one, I'll say like my one gripe is debating if you should gym. Yeah, because I'm going to go too. For a little bit anyway. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a video game debate seriously. As usually, a lot of people make their little... What the? That scared the shit out of me, bro. I am reading chat. Excuse you, Victor. Now is not the time. No, I agree. I understand. Yeah, yeah. And I feel like that's what a lot of it was. It kind of goes into my biggest gripe with his primarily second video. Is I had written down like pretty clear-cut examples of strawmans or my opinion being reworded very incorrectly and used multiple times to, as he put it, like create a springboard to a bigger conversation, right? Like, the specific point that I brought up was how I had, in VHS's words, said that I get slugged to death every single game when I never said anything of the sort. And then that was regurgitated 2 other times. One of them to a specific viewer. He's like, yeah, you can go back to the beginning. He said he gets like slugged all the time to death. At some point, it becomes purposeful. And to me, it becomes very obvious. Because if you direct one of your viewers to go watch the beginning of the video where I apparently said something I didn't, I feel like it's not a misinterpretation. I feel like it's a purposeful mischaracterization. And that was what I had the biggest issue with. Was there were a couple examples of that, that being one of them. And instead of like, I don't know, I was hoping he maybe just took onus of it a little bit. Instead of it just being, oh, I misinterpreted you. Like, I misinterpreted. Like, we both did that. It's like, I feel like no examples of me creating a huge misinterpretation were really brought forward, but I don't know. You were watching 6 minutes under the live? Yeah, I don't always. So like, I have a multi-chat and the chat separated. Sometimes I just miss things. Because like, I also don't really read chat if I'm like in chase, locked in, playing. Like, I'll miss things every now and then. I was absolutely starving earlier and took maybe 5 bites of pasta and got full. I wish that was me. I wish I could be full after 5 bites of pasta. Bro, the fact that I don't have conviction is so sad. My generator. Camping my generator. This is also like a... I mean, I just hate the twins fundamentally in terms of like character design because they can really only play like this, sort of. Man, I don't think you can get to him in time. There you go. I feel like we're not going to be on gens hard enough to... Well, maybe. We also need to heal a little bit. We need to get a couple people reset. Also, a large part of me cannot get over the fact that one of the suggestions was just to find friends. Like, if you find solo queue hard and miserable to play, like, just find friends, get social skills. It's not hard to, like, find people to play with. I feel at that point, like, you don't really care about the balancing of the game, and you care more so about... Well, I don't even know. That shit kind of upset me, but... Hence why I used that analogous question of playing a better killer. Find friends, but also nerf switch. Nerf Swift. I mean, careful. I don't know if they said nerf Swift. They want low tier killers buffed. They don't. I think she's forcing this raid, I think, now. I don't know. How did I make this? Okay. Some people just want to hop on and play a couple games now. Yeah, exactly. I think the majority of people that play this game play casually on both sides even. Like... I mean, the killer role is always going to be probably more performance, like, kills driven than, like, survivor escapes in terms of, like, having fun, but that's okay. Not gonna lie, I feel like being in my duo usually just means we do everything and others get out. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. What's funny is I didn't really bring in too many of the stats because they're kind of outdated. But less than like 15% of games from the knowledge or the data we have, the most recent data, is 4 or 3-man Swifts. Over like 50% of the game, I believe, was played with full strangers or a duo with a couple strangers. And then like the rest is like a couple duos that know each other or a 3-man. Like 4-mans and 3-mans are like, they make up like 15% or less of the games played. Granted, this is a couple years old, mind you, but like Swift groups aren't as common as people think in terms of full 4-mans. And just because a group is a full 4-man does not mean that they are going in with the express intent to do gens as fast as possible. I don't know what to do, bro. Oh my god, the hitbox on that was crazy girthy. That was a little generous. Looking like a miniature demo out here, bitch. I'm gonna leave early. Only because I know she would down me if I stayed. I'm expecting to get downed anyway because it is Victor. Okay, never mind. Yep, there we go. Back to the gen. Alright. I think I power struggle here. Do I power struggle? I think I or plot twist. I think I plot twist. Using it here might not be the right play. However, I'm still gonna have conviction active. So. And I mean, we're gonna be down to our last gen. When I play with your friends, we use perks like Autodidact and Tenacity slug builds. I feel like the 4-man squads that if all run gen builds or some form of, or like 2 gen, 2 heal, like the coordination and the seriousness is so few and far between. I mean, yeah, it's going to be more common the higher MMR you get, but I mean, welcome to like every game you play ever, I guess. Your gens are getting done in 3 minutes or less every game. Maybe you should find a friend to teach you how to play killer better. I don't know. Maybe it's a skill issue. It sucks because I don't know how I can't say stuff like that. Oh, that's not good. Oh, Jasif. Do I make this? I think I do. I gotta be quick about it, though. Nice. God damn, you caught up hella fast. I mean, there's nothing for me here, so it makes sense. What the frimpers looking ass? Get me on that gen, boy! Smart cookie. I mean, you can't hook me, Laura. You need... Oh, do you hit that? Oh my god, she's actually goated. She knows the timing for through the back saves. Yo, W Laura. Lara Croft. I get confused reading killer opinions online. At 4K, most games I play, not all of them, but it's nowhere near as difficult for you. I'm not even claiming it's a skill issue. Just that I may have completely different regions. I mean, there can be a lot of factors, but I mean, kind of like we came to an agreement in the discussion. Like, a lot of times the games where you get destroyed and don't do well stick out more than the you know, like the games you just kind of like trounce and get kills on. And you know, I think we all agreed that the rates are kind of like, I don't know, I thought we kind of came to somewhat of an agreement that like killer doesn't necessarily need a buff, but maybe I read into that wrong, possibly a little bit. It's possible. Where is Ace? Laura's really far. Ace is gonna get pushed in the... So now Jay should come help me. Should come pick me up. Because Sloppy's about to wear off. Yo, sounds good, Bacchus. Have a good night. The people I usually run with do flashlights and sabos and end up with a lot of slugs. Yo. Pretty common. Okay, you can go get Laura. I'm gonna put pressure on another gen. I was gonna say, that's probably for me. Fine. They're picked up. They're working on a gen over there in tandem. Ooh, if Ace gets spotted, though, it's really bad. I think he knows you're there. That's so risky. That was not the right play. That was a really bad play. I mean, she'll kill him, but if she kills Ace, then they finish the motor, right? Damn. I tried to get pickup instead of him. I mean, they finished the motor. Yeah, the shitty thing is I'm almost bled out. This is a kill condition. It's so funny we were... Well, I mean, this is a playstyle because it's twins, so it's like super hyper specific. Oh, yeah, you got... I think completing the gen before was the smarter play. It's unfortunate. I think maybe we messed up. We messed up the end game a little bit. I think doing the gen and then like separating, I don't know, like is healing even the correct play there? I don't know. Probably not. GG's. Left on the ground for over 4 minutes. Peepo Pog. What's gonna suck when you get all the gens done and you lose? Yeah, I just think we played that wrong. Like, you need to split up when you're playing against twins, so if we would have just completed the gen and then ran injured in separate directions early, then maybe one of them could have got me. Whichever one wasn't getting chased by Victor and then leading him into the corner. I think that was the correct play. But that's gonna be it for me. I think I'm gonna go to the gym. I think.
That thing is using tunnels. You better stay clear if you want.
I think that's what we're gonna do. So yeah. Game was a slog. Thank you for playing, Jay. Yeah. But yeah, we'll be, so tomorrow's Friday. We'll be back tomorrow for some normal just DBD gameplay. If any of y'all have questions or concerns over the discussion or debate or whatever, I'm sure most of you will not. You know where to find me. I appreciate you nerds hanging out. I am gonna run. We'll be back tomorrow. I appreciate you nerds. Thank you for the gifted subs and the resubs. Thank you for the follows. You guys are all cute. We'll be back tomorrow. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. And remember, it's just a game. Don't take it too seriously, because yeah, it's a fucking video game, you freaks. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.